Although there was flash flooding in Houston. Boy, do we flood easy. Holy crap.
Dude,
Did you see some of this? You see some of the flooding? That's like we didn't even get.
Middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, I've got to go out. JT's his truck is in the street. I've got to go out and move it because it's up to my knees.
It got that high?
And yeah. It was above my knees.
I wonder if we got that kind of rain because I didn't get up at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I had to. My wife got up and she was going to work. She knew she had to be over there at Channel 13.
Oh, so she drove through all that stuff? She
couldn't get out. And then it dissipated and then she went.
Yeah.
She went at about 6 in the morning. But she couldn't get out. It was so bad. I'm wading through.
Oh, so maybe it was like that maybe at my home, but I didn't see any signs of it. Yeah, well, you weren't up at 3, that. So
yeah.
I was. Well, I heard the wind. I was like, well, this is hitting us harder than I expected it to. But it's always great when a Category 1 hurricane can take out the city of Houston for multiple days. And Center Point, I'm just. I know I don't know everything, but I know enough that I've been reading. I read what Center Point said previously. It sounds like they overstated their preparedness where they were ready to – their preparation, their thing is we've got to assess everything. We've got to do this and that.
Those were pretty high winds, though.
No, those are high winds.
It knocked out some stuff.
Those are high winds, but I do question, apparently, based on some things they said, we've got 11,500 people that are set to deploy, and then we find out they're en route. Like, they say one thing, like they're ready to roll, and then the other thing was, and they're on their way.
Right.
They're going to come in.
I know somebody. JT's girl, her cousin came in from Missouri. It flew in from Missouri, and so she was like, he's one of the guys they deployed and to get here to come and help. I mean, they do all of that stuff. You would think that we
should have a priority.
We should have this down pat by now.
Yeah, no, we we just had one May where there was multiple losses of electricity for a long time, and we don't have a down pat, and that's what pisses me off about the response. Is they don't. The response seems to. I don't know how long you were. I was without power 36 hours, and I'm glad we got it back. I worry for people who don't have it still.
Still people don't.
I'm looking at the tracker now. Here's this tracker.
I'll tell you this. Hurricane now.
Right now it says 1.3 million people still affected.
Still, yeah. I got mine last night about 7:30.
I mean, 1.3 million people still affected.
I'll tell you this.
What time? 7:30?
7:30 last night.
Oh, wow, yeah.
We were at the game though. We went to the game last night, and I got a notice from them that we got that we had gotten power back. But the last time we were in an apartment in a high-rise during Harvey, I'll tell you, it's a lot easier than having a house during a hurricane. It's a lot easier because, well, on the 13th floor, you aren't going to catch any. If we would have flooded on the 13th floor, then everybody's dead.
Yeah, it's Noah.
Right.
It's biblical.
Right. So this was I don't know how much trees you had down. You couldn't even see my lawn. You couldn't see my lawn
because of but probably most of them were smaller branches and leaves.
No, we had
big branches.
Couldn't even move by myself.
Huge branches.
Huge.
Yeah, I've got two in the front. We cut out a big a pecan tree in the backyard years ago, and then in the front we've got those two. What are the white flowers that bloom on it? I'm trying to remember the name of the tree, and that one just doesn't. It's not. It has not been a big problem. No, it's sturdy.
We have crepe myrtles in the back. That they were touching, the leaves were touching the ground, and they're fine.
They bounce back fine. I drove around the neighborhood. To be honest with you, there was more. Now, there's a lot of stuff down, but it was not and there were some major branches. I mean, there were some major branches.
Dude, it looked like
down.
World War III out there.
So, well, was it worse there?
Everywhere in this city, there are trees all over the streets.
There are. I actually thought in my neighborhood it was worse after the tornado. Or I thought driving around the city of Houston, I thought I saw a lot of worse stuff afher the tornado.
You did? Oh, yeah. I don't know. It was. My street was
trees
nothing
in the
but,
street
yeah.
that were on the side of the road on Westheimer. There's a power line I ran into it.
Did you see the pictures from Memorial? The trees uprooted. River Oaks, the trees uprooted.
Oh, no, there was some, yeah. No, I guess it was just, in my neighborhood, I mean, there was branches, but I didn't see the uprooted trees. I did see them. If you didn't have your trees, this is why they say to prune the trees. Because if you don't, they just turns into a backstop where it catches all the wind. I did see some massive trees that had our city, this wasn't happening when I was a kid. I'll just tell you that, where trees were falling down, giant rooted trees. Now it's just, and McCool, my buddy, he's in Belize now. They live in Sevilla. He's like, don't you pretty much at this point have to look into investing in a generator now if you're in Houston? Isn't it? Because it's like there's just too many events now.
Well,
and I was thinking, man, the guy next to me, all I could hear is, like, son of a bitch. The one behind me. My next door neighbor on the other side got one in the middle of it.
So last week or the week before, I went to meet Billy Whitaker. He's got a place called Bronco Power Boost, which is starting. We were supposed to start on Monday with it, but we weren't on the air. It is It's actually a battery. There's batteries that you attach to your power at your house, and it will keep your refrigerator on. It'll keep your TVs on, your Wi-Fi on. It'll keep some lights on.
So it's a backup.
It's not. A lot of people can't have generators because of what you just said. A lot of HOAs won't allow because of the noise.
Really?
Yeah, they won't allow you to have generators. And there's, a lot of standalone businesses, or if you're in a strip mall or whatever, this is an alternative to that, which we are starting. I wish I had that thing. Oh, my refrigerator. We had no lights. We had no TV. It was awful. I wish I had that thing. I just learned about it last week, and here we needed it this week. So we'll be talking about that with a little bit later in the show when I got his spot. But man, oh man, oh man. If I want to be in the fencing business today, the roofing business today,
I didn't know a lot of
generator business today.
I lost half my fence. I got to get a fence.
You got to get a fence?
Yeah, I got to get a whole new side fence,
Yeah.
I lost my fence. So fencing business for sure, roofing for sure. You're going to have roof stuff. I didn't see a lot, but yeah, arborists, if they haven't been called, well, about arborists, just the ones who remove and do all that.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I saw them. They were busy.
Well, there's work now.
The generator
those guys that
sit
outside of Home Depot. There's plenty of work out there for you.
I saw people. So in ours, it's at West Park and 59 Feeder. There's a Shell station, and all these guys hang out there. And I was seeing people get picked up left and right.
Yeah.
Left and right. I got during Harvey, I picked up a couple dudes, and that sounds bad, but I picked up a couple guys to work on to help me. My family was out of town. And so the three of us were cleaning stuff up in my yard, front and backyard after Harvey. And I was like, hey, while you're here, can you get up in the gutters and just get some stuff out of there? And also, do you do drywall?
Yeah.
Got some drywall stuff in the house.
So it was, and oh my goodness, what a week. And we had some loss alive, which is just so horrible. Some of the stories were just horrific. A tree falling through with a dad and his wife and kids, and it just landed on him, and the wife and kids
police
actually
officer
watched
drowned
it
in his car?
Yeah, mean, just awful, awful stuff that happens all the time with this. But man, oh man, oh man, between us and Lake Charles, what the hell? What happened? Why do hurricanes hate us?
It's 10 years now. Floods. Remember, we had the Tax Day flood. We had the flood for the Golden State Warriors when I was there. Yeah. We had Allison. That was a while back, but
that's a little.
Allison was like 2000. But then we had 3 years of floods in a row. Then we had the Harvey, which was the worst of them all. We had the stupid derecho. I didn't even know they called it derecho. It's Spanish, it's derecho, but I didn't even know that was the name of it when we had, what was that one? Was that the same as the hurricane or the tornado, right? Derecho is the same as the tornado, right? Is that the same thing?
No, derecho was different. Derecho was different.
I honestly don't even remember.
That was just 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
I know, I don't even remember it. I get confused with all these things. Yeah, that was 3 weeks ago. There's so much of these things.
There was still a giant across the street and next door, 2 giant limbs still out there from derecho 3 weeks ago, and now add on all of this as well. Are you sure
that wasn't the tornado?
That wasn't the tornado. Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah, it was a tornado. They called it was a derecho.
Yeah, derecho.
But what? Who's made this up?
I don't know.
What do you mean that's what it was? I just found out this is what it was being called.
I know.
Yeah, like yesterday on Twitter. I'm like, what?
Yeah, boy, and listen, and that's another point.
They're making up weather events for us.
Just man, it is better to have, and if you're going to have a hurricane, it's better in September or October than July, because when you lose heat in July, when you lose air conditioning in July, It blows.
And August.
Holy
Oh, no,
crap.
we're still in the
We're
middle.
still in July.
We're still in the middle of don't worry, August will get even worse, and we're still in the middle of hurricane stuff as well. But stream is up, by the way.
Stream's up.
So
Yeah.
if you're on, if you're listening on the air and you usually listen on the stream, go ahead and go to the 97.5 app and listen. But yeah, you're not lying, man. That was brutal. Spent a lot of time. You know, don't open the door. You know,
No.
we just kept waiting in the house, and then we go outside, and then you charge your phones out in your car. You're sitting in some AC. I sat in AC and watched some Wimbledon yesterday.
You did?
And my wife goes outside, starts picking up leaves and twigs and limbs. I'm like, now
No.
I'm going to be the guy sitting in an air-conditioned car watching TV on a phone, and she's working. I knew she was doing that just to. It was a passive-aggressive move.
I did that to my kids.
It was a move, wasn't it?
Wendy's working all day. I go, well, I mean, it looked like it was, honestly, you couldn't see
Well, it
the
had
lawn.
to be done, but
Front and back.
I knew she was just
I
trying
filled
to
up
put the
10
heat on me.
bags plus all of the branches that we had to move as well. And I shamed my kid. My kids are sitting on the couch, and I'm out in the back, just picking up everything. And I'm like,
Yeah, my kids
then
spent the
Frankie
night.
finally comes out. Dad, do you want some help? Well, what do you think?
Yeah, my
What
kids
do you
spent the night.
think?
Two of my kids spent the night at their friend Ethan's house, who got power a day before us, which was fine. Get them out of here. But
Either of you have a chainsaw?
You what?
Either of you have a chainsaw?
nope.
No.
Gotta borrow a chainsaw.
No, I didn't. I
got
one.
You got a
you did?
chainsaw?
I have to get
How
one.
old are you?
What do you mean? I have to. I don't have one. I'm gonna need one.
Oh, he needs one.
Oh, what happened?
Like no
Oh yeah,
damage.
Dell's got a house.
No damage to the front yard. Thankfully, I had actually trimmed the trees back a couple months ago, so I didn't have to really deal with anything. But the backyard, just a giant branch broke off, knocked down the fence. The fence needed to go anyway, but it's definitely gone now. But I need to get that thing out of there. I need to start.
Yep. No, you
If
can't
you
get it out
got
by
it-
yourself. You
Yeah.
can't. I couldn't move by myself. I got a gigantic sitting in the street. Now, how are they going to pick up all of these trees in the streets? In the streets in the city? How are they going to do it?
No, they'll
I'm
do
telling you, from derecho, my neighbor still has a gigantic branch in his front yard. It's all brown from derecho. It's still there.
Well, did he take it out and move it to?
It was sitting there. It's been sitting there for a month.
Well, they're going to tell him, sir, you're going to have to do something about that.
No, they're supposed to come. You're supposed to call 311. Allegedly, you call 311, and they come and pick your stuff up.
Will they do that for Dell?
Yeah,
In the
Out of his
backyard?
backyard?
I think so. Oh, I don't know about your backyard.
Yeah, it's the backyard.
I don't know your
I don't
backyard.
think so.
If you've got a chainsaw, Dell, give out your address real
Yes,
quick.
Del,
Yeah, I'm not
give,
doing that.
give your phone number and address.
I'm not doing that. No.
I think that's perfect.
Seems
I'll come out and help you, but I don't have a chainsaw.
So
And
how
we
are
can
you going
sit
to
and
help
talk.
me then? I don't want to talk with you.
I can bring my kids. We can try to lift it.
No, keep your kids away from me.
In the meantime,
I did come up here to watch
you came
the
up
Euros.
here?
Yeah, we got AC yesterday, or we got the lights back on. It was kind of AC here. Yeah, lights came on, so I came up and watched the Euros. It came on at about 1:00.
Here?
George told me so.
Oh.
Yeah, so I went up here to watch.
So you left your
Euros
family
up
at
here.
home in the heat.
Well, two of the kids. No, my wife and daughter. Yeah. Oh no, my wife wouldn't leave the house. This is her thing where she wanted to have this hanging over. Like this is her badge of honor. I said, why don't we go to this person's house? Why don't we go? Oh, why don't you come up to the
Go
radio
to-
station? No, I'm fine here. And she's just reading a book. She finished a whole book reading in that hot ass house. It was about 82 in the house. I've got.
Does she?
And she's reading in the house. Well, here's why. Now she can tell people, well, Lance is out in the car. He went up to the radio. Oh, yeah, it was rough. Well, Lance went up to the radio station where they had air conditioning to watch some TV, but I just stayed in the house the whole time where it was no electricity and just read a book. Oh, you're so much better than him.
Yeah. Well, we did.
That's
that.
what it was.
We all stayed at our house too. I mean, it's not like we went anywhere.
No, we stayed at our
No,
no,
I
we
didn't-
stayed
I
at
didn't-
our
I didn't
house.
go.
I slept at the middle of the night. I can't use a CPAP machine. I realize now there's no way I would survive a week without my CPAP machine.
So you can. So that thought that you could survive in the wild for like 2 months. Maybe that's gone. Maybe that's out now.
about that.
7:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
I'll tell you
reassess
this:
that.
an electric truck is a good thing to have during it because you've all your cell phones that you need to
Wait,
charge.
but you got to charge your.
Well,
you don't
I-
have electricity.
Yeah, I did in my car. I got an electric truck.
Yeah, but you don't anymore. Once it's done, you
Well,
can't drive it.
You got to have it full when it hits. and it was.
Well, I guess at your home,
was
you
charged,
can prepare
yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
It could just sit there with the charge, right? It doesn't lose charge if you don't drive it.
If you don't drive it, no. Well, it uses battery. Yeah, it uses some of your battery, but not very minimal.
Yeah.
While you're charging and you're in air conditioning in your truck, yeah, it's a good.
Well, I don't know
place
if you
to go.
know this, but we have air conditioning in our cars too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
you're
have an
using
electric
gas.
car.
Did you
That's
see
true.
the lines for the gas stations?
Yeah, Did you see the
Or
lines
McDonald's or Taco Bell?
Did you
Any
see
of
the
those
lines
places that
for
were open?
Burger King,
Burger
McDonald's,
King on
Taco
Richmond?
Bell?
Burger King's like, yes.
Well,
Hold on, Cane's
listen,
had a
there is
line.
never. Listen, I live around the corner from that
No.
Burger King. There is
Never anyone there.
ever anyone there except a catastrophe. Then it's a lot around
There's
the
a
block.
restaurant called Hawaiian Bros at Westheimer and Hillcroft. Very few people are ever there.
Ever.
They were the first ones that I saw open. They had a line, I counted it, of 36 cars. The most cars, I was like, these people are crapping their pants, how excited they
Yeah.
are. The most I've ever seen, though, there was a 90-car line for Cane's.
No
when
way.
Cane's opened, it was 90. The Burger King off of Richmond.
Why are you
Long
Why would you
lines.
wait at that? My wife went and got Burger King. That's all they had. She said, "I would like you get cheeseburgers and fries, and that's it."
Yeah, you're not getting.
You're not
getting the pick of the menu.
I want a chicken. And you get cheeseburgers and
Have
fries.
it your way.
Except today.
Nope.
Except
You're not
You
going
got
to
it
have
this
it your
way.
way. You're having it our way.
Here and listen, if you're having problems at night in the middle of the night and it's dark and you can't see anything and you got to get up multiple times and go to the bathroom, that sucks. You might have an enlarged prostate. And here's the deal is you got Doc Manavis here for you. And listen, do not get surgery if you think you have an enlarged prostate or if your doctor tells you, yeah, you got an enlarged prostate. There's no cancer. It's all good, but you do have an enlarged prostate. We are going to have to perform surgery. No, you don't. No. You leave that office immediately and you go see Doc Manavis because all she gives you is an IV. That's it. And by the way, the process of the surgery, it's the worst. The worst. Do not get surgery if you have an enlarged prostate. You need Doc Manavis with her IV. It's so simple. It's so wonderful. It's the best process ever. If you're getting up in the middle of the night, you think you might have an enlarged prostate, go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Hey, guys, I want to tell you about hey, guys, do you have window issues? Do you have siding issues? You have wood issues where it got torn off? My friends over at Allstate Windows and Siding have a solution for you. Allstate Windows and Siding is a great company because what they do is make sure that you have new windows in your home, double pane, double strength. They're meant to withstand the weather that we had. I have no issues whatsoever. All my windows are Allstate windows across the home, and there's never any issue with any of the winds that we've had. They are properly sealed, so they keep the air conditioning in. The energy bill is lower because, I've got the AC working the way it's supposed to, and I've got proper sealage around my window frames, and it made the house look great. But listen, if you need siding because you've got wood that's all torn off your home, it's dilapidated, you got the vinyl siding that's hanging off of areas of your home, let my friends come out there and install the Hardy plank. You're not going to have to worry about washing or painting or anything, cleaning or having it repaired anymore. It's done. You are done for your lifetime. Allstate Windows and Siding, they are giving big discounts for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners, and for not just for windows, but also complete siding jobs as well. Give them a call today, 832-204-1936. They open at 8 a.m. 832-204-1936. That's Allstate Windows and Siding. Make sure you tell them that Lance Zerline sent you by.
So, since we've been gone, we got bleeped twice. Hunter Brown. How does Hunter Brown not win Pitcher of the Month?
I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know because we were out of June and into July when he just had this last start, so I have no idea.
And then how does Ronel Blanco not get on the All-Star team?
I was worried about that one just because he has no name value, and it's too bad because the guy's been terrific. But they can't have four Astros.
Yeah, well, we're
not?
actually
America's
back in
not
the
gonna
race now. We're
America's not going to let four Astros on an All-Star team anymore. They hate us. They hate us because they ain't us.
Well, they do hate us because they ain't us. But here's the deal though. He's pitching on Sunday and against the Rangers, and you don't give up that start for him on Sunday to pitch in the All-Star game on Tuesday. And he can't. So even if he did make it, but it would be nice for a guy who's pitched the way that he has to come on the scene the way that he has. Is it all about the suspension? Is this why?
No. I just think it's because he's
How?
Ronel Blanco.
He's got better numbers than almost everybody out there.
I don't know. I think it's because he's the 30-year-old. This isn't a young star. This is an aging player.
It's happened before, though, plenty. Just because a guy has a career
it has, but
yeah.
the Astros already have 3 All-Stars on the team. Listen, he's still an Astro. I think I could be wrong. Maybe in managerial circles it's not like this, but when it comes to if it's an Astro or someone else, I feel like they're going to look at, whoever makes decisions, depending on who it will be each year, would rather have someone else.
Yeah.
I think there's some jealousy of the Astros. It's nothing against him. Look, Altuve, Tucker, Jordan, they got to make a team. There's no doubt about it.
Tucker, really? He hasn't been around over a month
Yeah, but
now.
he was literally and he still has All-Star numbers.
Yeah, he still has. There's no question he has All-Star numbers, but he's not going to be around. He can't play in that game.
No.
He's not going to go straight to the All-Star game
Man,
and not
this
play.
has really been a sustained
And
injury for him.
surprisingly, you guys, while we were out, Lance McCullers had a setback. That is, I did not see that coming.
I actually didn't see that.
Yeah.
He did?
He had they shut him
done.
down.
When
He's
did
done.
that happen?
He's done. He's not
During the
just
power
a couple
outage?
days ago.
Yeah. After a throwing session, they had to shut him down.
Yeah, they had to shut him down, which is I never saw that coming.
It's odd.
That is really crazy, actually, if you want to know the truth. Man, because he's been such a contributor.
Well, and then we got Verlander, who, he's doing that whole baseball thing where apparently it's progress when you throw a baseball.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, he's playing catch. So, and then he was asked about, hey, don't talk to me, talk to the trainers. And of course, the trainers aren't available. But he was asked about, hey, the neck thing, how'd that come about with progress? Hey, don't talk to me, talk to them. And the trainers don't talk. The Astros don't make those guys available.
Yeah, no, and Luis Garcia, Double-A getting lit,
Ripped. It's not looking great for our injured. I mean, Lance McCullers may be done with baseball. Honestly, he's got so much going on. As much as we get frustrated, how frustrated has that guy got to be?
I mean,
honestly, he can't. It's like he can't put 2 healthy years together in a row. Now he can't even just pitch in 2 years. Now it's like he can't even pitch in 2 years within a 2-year frame. At some point, I guess we keep doing this. Lance McCullers, you just have to scratch him for this year, which I mentally was not even prepared for him to come back anyway. Luis Garcia, I was just waiting to get something positive. Justin Verlander, I figured he'll be back. And he will be back, but I don't know. He's 41. That's when these injuries just stop popping up on you. Like, what happened, Justin? I don't know. I just sneezed and my shoulder. I woke up one day and I can't bend my legs anymore. Oh, you hit 40.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And here they are still fighting, just 2 back. They're 3 games over 500. They're in the thick of it. Yeah, Trevor Rogers has to be one of the worst pitchers in baseball. I was at the game last night, and
did Dell go?
Dell wouldn't go.
That was a real ticket he had.
I had a real ticket.
Why would you not go?
To what? A Marlins Astros game in the middle
but there were sweet seats.
Yeah, what were you doing?
Why would
Watching
you not
Wimbledon?
Go? No, I was.
Wimbledon's over.
I was watching.
Is it over?
In the afternoon.
Yeah, it
Oh,
it ends in the afternoon.
Is the whole thing over?
No.
His matches are really good right now.
Messi against Canada. What else did I watch?
Oh.
I had to catch up some
Yeah,
TV stuff.
Messi finally scored a goal. He blows.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't want to see the Ronaldo stats. People have been crushing him for ruining Portugal for just being out there because he's too old to play. But he's Ronaldo, so he still has to play. Yeah, I had things to do that appealed to me more than hanging out with John.
So Atlanta Rybakina, that's worth watching.
What? What are you talking about?
This she's coming up on ESPN. Yeah.
Vekic is the one. Vekic is the killer.
Oh yeah.
You can't beat Vekic, no matter how hard you try. I've been watching all these. I've been watching a lot of, especially when my power's down. I've been watching something.
That makes one of us.
I was watching, and man, there's some good There's some good tennis going on. Nobody American, of course. It's like one girl. I got a story to tell you off the air, but it's nothing salacious or anything. But I know somebody who played a live tennis event, and this girl Madison Keys was getting set to win. She had won. It was 3 sets, right? She won the first set. The other girl won the second set, and then she was ahead in the third set, 5-2. So it was like minus 1,600, and this guy played 200 to win. He was laying 3,200 to win 200, and because it's like all she needs is one more. She's on a roll, and she's
something?
Up 5th set. The other girl wins. Paulini, this girl on the bottom right here.
Wins. Oh, the Italian.
She went the Italian. Yeah,
I was watching her yesterday.
She wins the third set, or she wins the third game, and you just think it's over. But in the middle of the third game, she hurts her. The girl Madison Keys, the American, hurts her groin, and she's got to go get all this treatment. She takes a medical timeout. She starts crying. Then she's back out, and he's sitting there like, oh my God. And she tries to serve and just keeps playing through it and crying. Loss. It's 5-5, and he realizes, oh my God, I'm going to lose $3,200 because this girl got hurt. She's crying. He's like, quit, just quit. Because if it quit, it voids.
Oh, and did she quit?
She finally quit.
Oh.
She quit when she was about to lose 6-5. You had to win 7-5. She quit. It was a miracle quit for him.
Oh my God!
A miracle.
Losing.
Quit.
Well, who's stupid enough to put 3,200 down to win 200?
I know.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude deserves to get slapped around. So yeah, I was watching a little Paul. She's a little firecracker, the little Paulino girl.
She's cute. She's a little cute little. All the people at Wimbledon like her. She's like, oh,
yeah.
Look at this little Italian
She's
girl.
like a little Altuve, only from Italy.
Yeah. She is.
She's,
and there was an Italian yesterday named Sinner.
Yeah.
Who was, he doesn't look Italian.
You mean the number one player in the world?
Yeah, he looks just like a regular white guy.
Yeah, he lost yesterday.
Because he didn't look real Italian.
Well, no. Well, okay. He doesn't look real Italian. You're right about that. But
There's a lot of
the
there's
second
still a lot of
segment of
ovas and
we've been going for a
kivas.
week, and we're talking about stupid Wimbledon.
Well, you brought it up because you attacked me for not wanting to watch Marlins Astros with you. What are you watching, Wimbledon?
Yeah.
So this is your fault.
Well, you were watching stupid Messi. Who cares about that? Okay.
You know,
So
greatest of all time. Whatever.
Who's going to win, Colombia or Uruguay?
Ooh. Colombia's really good.
Colombia.
James Rodriguez, when he's playing for
hoping.
Colombia.
Colombia, it's not even been close.
For
Spain and
Melissa,
Colombia.
I'm hoping Colombia for
Yeah,
Melissa.
Colombia and Spain have been the best. I thought Colombia, when I watched the Brazil match against them, I was like, Colombia.
Who's this 12-year-old for Spain?
Oh, dude, Lamine Yamal,
Yeah.
16. You'll be 17 in about
Yeah,
4
so
days.
About eight.
Youngest goal scorer in Euro
Dude, he
history.
is
In history.
really good.
Really
And
good.
there are two wingers, Nico Williams, who we talked about last week. You think he should be playing DB from
My-
South Dade, I guess.
Yeah.
And also Lamine Yamal.
Yeah,
Spain.
they got two killers.
Spain. I wouldn't have predicted those two playing for your club,
So-
playing for your country.
So still won't be able to drink by the time World Cup
well,
comes.
Spain, so I don't
Oh,
know.
no. Oh, yeah.
You
Spain
mean in
could.
Yeah,
the
Spain you
U.S.?
But not in our country.
Yeah, not in our
No,
country.
And I
He'll
hope
be
he
here.
gets put in jail if he does it.
Yeah, it'll be
I
here.
hope he
Why-
is.
why
I
would-
hope he's jailed
why
if he
would you
tries
want
to
him
drink in our
jailed?
country.
Because
What if he's not in our group? What do you care?
Now, wait. Well, when we come
We still
back.
gotta get through.
Hold on. When we come back,
and we're going to get there.
Mike Gundy gave us a good
Oh, my God,
insight
Mike
into
Gundy.
it's maybe Lamine Yamal can drink.
This is
Mike Gundy
How
had
many drinks? How many drinks though?
Yeah.
1,000, because that's how many Gundy. That's how many times Gundy is drunk.
Wait until you hear Mike Gundy say something out loud. Look, it's not a conversation that hasn't been had lots of times by
Yeah.
lots of people, but we all know that's not one that you have in the middle of a media day for a player who was busted for DUI.
No.
And
What?
what about what he said? We got to talk about what about he said. Well, he's going to play, so maybe his punishment is this.
No.
Yeah. We'll
he
find
said
out what his punishment
He's suspended for half the season. He's suspended for half the season. We'll tell you how Ollie Gordon is suspended for half the season next. It's different than any other suspension I've ever seen, but it's next. Time for us to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. There's a chance that you've got some kind of issues now after Barrel. What kind of stupid name is that for?
Burl.
Barrel. No, Barrel. It's Barrel.
But
And
not in the
who
South.
names their girl Barrel?
Not in the South. We say Burl.
Well,
I knew a Burl. Burl Ketchum.
a girl?
No, a guy.
Well, I know this
He was
is a
three
woman's name.
He's
Actually,
a three
though.
technique.
Well, now
He wore those forearm pads. Too.
Billy Brown is telling you this about it. Billy Brown is telling you, listen, if you've got any issues after the storm, he's here for you, whatever it is. And if you don't have his number in your phone, I just can't help you anymore. I really can't help you anymore because it's ridiculous. 281-488-6238. No matter what it is, I don't know how in some way, shape, or form that you have water issues since then. Well, here's the deal, too, is there's a lot of dirty water that was passing through your pipes. If you're not cleaning the resin out of your tankless water heaters, guess what?
I might have to do that. I need to do it again. It's been a year. You know, you're supposed to do it every year. And if you need a tankless water heater, if you're interested in a tankless water heater, they can get the installation done for you. And it's a way that you have that forever hot water, and it's great. They make it so easy for you. But any of the issues that you have, whether it's potentially under the slab or whether it's something more minor like a leaky faucet or a backed up toilet, a backed up sink. I mean, there's one name to call, and it's our friends from Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And Aqueduct Plumbing Company is going to be here for you. They are the official plumber of ESPN 97.5's morning show, John Lance Dell and Alina Rybakova, or whatever her name is. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
All right, welcome back. We got what'd you learn this weekend? Well, it's going to be what'd you learn this week in one sentence coming up in the next segment here. So get yours ready. What did you learn this week in one sentence? Because I wonder what Tom learned. What'd you learn about women in a hurricane? I'm pretty sure. Well, and Tom on a mobile is probably going to have to call in too. What he learned about some women during a hurricane.
I didn't learn anything this week. Well, I kind of learned something, but I can't talk about it. But I learned something a week, like years ago. Don't ever, when a woman is complaining about her lack of power, minimize it by telling her how much about your lack of power. They don't.
So
she didn't like it. She
They
didn't
don't
like it.
They don't care.
She didn't like it. This was like a decade ago. You know, one of our many storms that we've had here. I don't remember which one it was, but she talked about her lack of power, but she was able to use her neighbor's generator to like charge her phone.
Oh,
and I was like, well, none of my neighbors have a generator, so I'm not sure what you're complaining about.
Ooh.
And she wasn't thrilled.
She wasn't thrilled with you about that.
You learned that a decade ago?
Well, it was probably longer. I can't remember which storm it was. This was probably when I was like in college.
Were you mansplaining to her how your life was harder?
I was in college, and I didn't. And you know, everyone's hot and tired and sweaty, and I'm like, you've got a generator handy. I don't have one. I don't really want to hear from you right now about your complaint. I didn't put it in those terms, but I pretty much said, you've got it better than most.
Ooh,
and she didn't like it.
Oh no, she doesn't like that when she's complaining.
She's complaining
during complaints.
And I said, hey, I'm doing a little worse over here.
Yeah.
How about you wrap it up a little bit?
Oh wow!
Wrap it up a little bit.
These are what I know.
She said, "How about you wrap it up? How about you don't have to? You don't have to wrap it up."
Well, of course, I didn't say.
None.
I can't remember exactly what I said. It was like, "Watch yourself, John. You're aggressive in the morning here." I don't remember exactly what I said.
The bad kids are on their way to school.
But it was like a decade and a half ago. I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't looked at kindly by her.
Okay.
So don't ever.
That's something we learned, but that was
in college. I learned that. Don't ever minimize their issues with your own.
Yeah. My biggest takeaway from things I learned in college was never ever tell your professor that you're happy for his wife being pregnant.
When she's not?
Yeah, and she wasn't.
It turns out she wasn't.
Turned out. Well, yeah, she was just
honest mistakes.
She was just
made.
heavy.
Honest mistakes were made.
She just had a gut.
I don't ever comment on what a woman's appearance is, just to avoid any complications.
No, I was dumb. I was in college.
Did you hear Trump over the weekend? You don't comment on how people look on women. She was very attractive, but you don't comment on how people look. And then he called Chris Christie. He slyly called him a fat pig. And there was some guy who was saying Chris Christie is fat, and then he also said he was a pig. And he kept saying he was a fat pig. And I said, we don't say that. We don't make fun of people's appearance. And he said it multiple times, fat pig. Did you see this comment?
It's perfect. He's the best.
His rallies are just like stand-up comedy for him.
He's
Chris Christie's a fat pig, isn't he? Everybody's a fat pig.
I think he's going for
just crowd work.
No,
in stand-up comedy, it's called crowd work.
Yeah, he's trying to prove how much he can ad-lib as opposed to Joe.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, he's been doing that for a while. The ad-libbing. I think that's just kind of who he is. She's very attractive, but we don't talk about how attractive people are. I love people for their insides, not the way they look. Nope, don't say anything. Just let it go, John.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to.
Anything.
You don't even have to go, well.
We know what you're thinking. You don't need to tell us.
You don't even have to make that. We know where your mind's at. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Back on the air. I haven't seen my granddaughter hasn't been able to see us for a week now, and she's watching now. So that's awesome. The baby's.
You know what I've learned, and it's something I should have taken into account before. Like it's a little disconcerting when the world goes on around you. Like outside of this area, who's been affected greatly by it, everyone's like, oh, our lives are normal. Like you get a speck of the internet because maybe you're in the right part of town where the phones are up, so you can check your phone a little bit, and the world's just going on.
Oh no,
as it
you're
pleases.
like,
yeah.
I think Dax. I'm like, what are y'all talking about?
What are you talking about? Dax
got
walking in
people
a
lined
booth
up
for.
down the, and I even said, FEMA, we need help. There were like 12 people standing in line outside of a Subway by my house.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is drastic.
If there are 30,
this is dire.
Listen, if there are 30 cars waiting for a Burger King, You know it's a tragedy.
Exactly. You guys need to send FEMA, and you need to also. But I think we'll see how many things are open today. I just saw. I mean, according to the stat, because you can't really see an outage tracker, because CenterPoint, who took in $6 billion, can't keep an outage tracker up on their own website.
No, did you see what they were using? How people were knew where?
Well, the Whataburger app.
The Whataburger
except
app.
One of the things was wrong. Somebody went there, and it was completely.
Oh, it was wrong?
Yeah, but customers restore. Here it is. I'm getting customers affected. Still have 1.36 million people. So if you, for some reason, are listening to the show in your car because you're in air conditioning, because you're hot, you're not sleeping well, really sorry that you're having issues, and hopefully that gets fixed for you today. I did read where they think most of it, they're going to have a big chunk done today, but there's still a lot of people who are really, really unfortunate. And maybe some of the people listening, you guys are some of those. If you want to give us a call during what did you learn this weekend, love to hear from you and hope you get your power back. But still, it says 1.3 million people still affected.
That sucks.
I know power.
That sucks.
I mean,
we just got it back last night. I feel lucky. I do feel lucky because there are people that are still out there. All right, well, here we go. 713-780-3776. I think do our phones work? Do we know?
I mean, I can always call to make sure, but I think they do.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Listen,
what
that's
did you
not
learn?
a gimme. Okay, stop that. Oh, phones work? Really?
I said think. I didn't say I was sure.
Right. All right, so what did you learn this week in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us. It's not this weekend. It's the whole week. We haven't been here since last Wednesday, a holiday show, July 3rd. So 713-780-3776. What did you learn this last week in one sentence?
Well, you might as well tell people to cut it out.
It's not working?
Nah, I just called. We're getting that user busy message. So tweet at us, and we'll get to them as we can.
Tweet us.
Yeah,
at John Granado, at Lance
and
Zerline.
Lance is checking Twitch and YouTube. You can do that too.
Yeah, Twitch. I'm up on Twitch. And, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You guys can tell us on Twitch or at John Granado, at Lance Zerline, at Delv2. I knew.
There's always a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew.
The last live I've got is Charlie Epps Golf from June 15th.
That's the last live what?
Look, I don't have live on YouTube. I'm trying to get to the YouTube.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I don't know what the
deal is. You should just be able to type in ESPN Houston on YouTube.
I'm on Twitch, so we got that.
I do ESPN Houston streams. It's here. It doesn't show that.
All right. 713. At John Granado, at Lance Zerline, at Delv2.
Wait, is today July
Right
10th?
now, I'm talking.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, I got it too.
Surprisingly, it was user error.
At John Granado, at Lance Zerline, at Delv2. Tell us what you learned this week in one sentence. I'm talking about HR&P right now. I learned that listen, how great is this? HR&P was like, you get all this free time off. Yeah, but I had a hurricane to get it off, okay? I don't want all this time off if I have to have a hurricane, HR&P. So stop telling me how lucky I am to have time off. I would much rather have been here than have a hurricane. Look, if you would rather have a hurricane, maybe you shouldn't be working. But here's the deal. HR&P is here for you. If you're an employer and your people don't want to show up for work, well, HR&P is here for you. Are your people making mistakes at work? Are they trained well in HR? HR&P does all of that as well. All the training that you need, all the decisions that you have to make about HR. Those are not easy decisions. HR&P are professionals, and they know what the HR rules are. You don't. So don't try to do this yourself. Don't try to do your payroll yourself because you're not good at it, because you're not doing it as economically as you possibly can with HR&P. They're great at it. They can save you money, save you the bottom line. They're awesome, awesome, awesome. Look, if your company is growing and you need to start doing payroll or you need somebody else to do your payroll, HR&P is here for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Welcome back here.
Can I tell you what I learned this weekend?
Yeah, go ahead. You
I
start.
learned that if you are a mom and pop business or a small business of any kind in the food world, you will do anything and everything to be open.
Yes. And listen, that goes to the bottom. All these managers of these little standalone franchise restaurants, man, they got to make. I'm telling you, there is no one ever at the Burger King ever.
Yeah.
And when we had the Ray Show and now this, lined up down Richmond.
Oh yeah. Let the power go out for a little bit, and then somebody else have power. Like I said, the Hawaiian Bros, I never see anyone there, hardly ever, and it was a monster line. Brian Zygo said, "Did you venture over to Asia Town on Bel Air?" He said, "I remember lots of places there were open before Harvey was even done with us." I mean, I've got little Middle Eastern restaurants, and if they have any power, they are going to be open. And some had no power, like grocery stores that were on a generator, but they opened up and it had to be cash only. I've seen that before, but you can't really open up if you don't have power in your restaurant. But taco trucks were booming over by my house.
Yeah.
Those things. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I learned if you don't have a generator, just a small one, let the fridge go. It's not worth the hassle. Okay. I learned that refrigerators, the ice starts to melt and wets your floor all around your refrigerator when it's been down for 2 days.
We dealt with that.
I learned that some people haven't been through a hurricane and fill their gas tanks the night before. Art said, okay, if you've got a generator and you want to fill up your gas, but you idiots that are filling up your cars, people getting gas with generators, cool. All others getting gas just because you're pigs. That's true. That is kind of true.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait a minute. Well, no, if you're not going to have gas, you need to get gas. If
you
it's
should
a
have
flood,
done that. You should have been prepared a little bit.
I had it on Saturday.
Get it the night before.
I got it on Saturday, and it was key because, it got hot. My power's out in 2 different spurts. It came on, then went out again twice. But the initial one was out for about 12 hours. So I'm just driving around trying to find cell service just to, get texts from Joe or other people. I couldn't get them at home.
No, I couldn't either.
I was trying to drive around just to find a spot where maybe a text will come in. I could send one or call someone.
So in our house, my wife's got Verizon.
Yeah.
And
I have Verizon
JT's
too.
Girl, she came down to first time in Houston. She came down for a hurricane.
Bad timing,
that was nice.
Certainly.
She's got Verizon. But the rest of us, we got AT&T. I learned AT&T blows. Okay. And there was an AT&T truck driving through our our streets full of trees, driving through our neighborhood, and I screamed at him, "You blow!"
How did that person respond to you?
They're like, "What are we doing?"
Yeah. I learned that. Wait, I don't understand this one. I learned that at ESPN 97.5 they don't like pooping or peeing in a bucket.
Oh, this goes to when you made us work when that's dumb thing. We had that. Del, were you here when we had the hurricane
in
where
07?
Our satellite scraped across the roof and caused flooding in the building?
I was only an intern at the time.
Yeah, it caused flooding in the building.
Yeah.
All the water was out. The workers, the restoration workers, the emergency workers were here, because of us. And they just decided to start, the dumps were already piling up in the toilet. So they started taking dumps in our urine. Oh, I can't talk about it.
No, it was bad.
It was, we were doing a show in here.
Oh, this is a song. This is the song I play every time we do this.
Yeah.
It was a show in here, and it smelled as Ro. You remember Ro, the sassy black lady who used to work here? She said it smelled like open ass.
Oh, God.
That phrase is something I'd never heard. That's the only time I've ever heard that phrase in my entire life. I've never heard it again.
Well, I recover from that. Gary says I learned this weekend that center point sucks. You should have known that. Previous Gary.
It
they're trying hard.
Yes, it's just they're unprepared. I mean, for whatever reason.
They're trying. I really learned that working for HEB, not for the faint of heart.
Ooh.
Why? What happened?
Well, it's a madhouse. I thought people were being crazy. Limit 2 loaves of bread. This is the day before.
Yeah, 2 water.
And I'm like, what are y'all doing? It's not even going to hit us that bad.
It got us. Yeah,
we got whacked. Yeah.
4-way. Dave learned 4-way stops are worse than no electricity. They're dangerous.
4-way stops Again, well, I learned that I'm kind of a jerk.
Driving?
So I learned when you go to the airport, and if you it was backed up all the way to the 69, all the way up the feeder to the exit. So if you go in the right lane and go all the way up and then turn left from the right lane, that people will beep at you and not be happy with you.
Well, yeah.
You learned that? You're one of those guys?
I learned that.
Oh, we hate you.
But then it was all the way back. I learned a back way into the terminals. It was awesome. It was backed up all the way from this 4-way stoplight. And
when was this?
You take a right, and then you take a left, and
Hold
then
on,
there's
when
a
was
private
this?
driveway yesterday.
So you left town again?
No, I brought Frankie to the airport.
Oh, I thought you went John. They're already calling you John Cruz.
No, I didn't
They
leave.
thought you left. Greg Abbott's gone. I guess he already had this planned.
I stayed. I was in the
conveniently.
middle of it. Okay, I hunkered down
was
like
grinding.
the people.
Jason learned, apparently, between being off for 7 days and John Granado doing the same, my Coors Light stock went up.
Coors Light did go up. Did go way up. Way up.
Got this. I learned that if you're the only house in the entire neighborhood with a generator that powers your entire house, and he said it was not me, maybe just turn off your porch light so you're not rubbing it in our faces.
Yeah, man.
I learned that if you bet the over on drinks, I will have at a wedding. I won't let you down, says Jared. I learned that Jeff Van Gundy still has some moves. Not really. He doesn't really have moves. He's on the assistant. Did you see him? He was acting like LeBron had to guard him, and they were running a different type of offense, so they had to. Jeff Van Gundy was out on the court.
Yeah. I learned that this Flag kid, he can play.
Cooper?
Cooper is real.
Yeah. He's for
Have
real.
you seen him against
Yeah.
the Olympic team?
Yes. He's 17
He's
years old.
dominating the game.
Won't turn 18 until December. He is. That's why everyone was saying you don't give away draft picks for next year. You hang on to next year's pick because of Cooper Flag and this, that, and the other. But between him and Lamine Yamal, who's the little superstar 16-year-old, about to be 17-year-old for Spain, I'm like, man, they're growing young right now.
We can play.
No, apparently Chase learned that J.J. Watt will be a Texan again.
Where?
What?
So that thing circled around again.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
JJ's out there working out and showing off.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Stop already with that. Hopefully we don't need JJ. You know what I'm saying?
He is waiting for
And
the
by the
call.
way, Danico Autry can always move outside too if we need him.
I learned that retired Mark Berman is better on Twitter than when he was employed Mark Berman. There is no difference.
No, there is no difference. He's still giving you updates on game. Jose Altuve just doubled in a run. Really? I mean, I'm watching. Okay, thanks for that. Pepe Le Pew. I can't read that one. I learned that our emergency operations center needs a better roof. Oh, what about our NRG stadium roof? Do you see that?
What?
Oh my God! It broke. The roof broke. I was driving. I had to take 2 airport trips yesterday. Coming down 610 towards Kirby from downtown from Hobby, dude. There is a gigantic panel out of the top of NRG. Gigantic panel out.
How can you see it? You can see it?
Oh yes, you can see the
When
giant
you're
hole in
elevated?
it. No, well, it's kind of angled, so you can see it. No, and it is a gigantic panel taken out.
Huh.
And it's going to be a big project.
Well, they have a Inter-Miami match coming August 3rd.
Well, guess
where
what?
Lionel
It ain't going to
Messi
be
comes
fixed
back.
by them. I don't know what they're going to do. It is a massive. This thing took off a gigantic. Not that thing was any good anyway. Not that roof was any good anyway.
They
Right?
better get something fixed because they got a lot of money at stake on Messi tickets.
Yep.
Yep, I bought 4 tickets. I think I'm gonna have to
Either
sell
that,
them.
it's just going to be hot while you're watching them. That's all. Okay, that's all. How about that?
No, we don't do that here.
What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign. We appreciate you. Thank you, Free Reign Coffee. Go to 975coffee.com.
Our friend Jones says, I learned what it feels like to not lose power in every storm for the first time. There were some people who didn't lose power.
I
They're
know.
lucky ones.
Yeah, I don't tell.
I usually don't, but I
how
did
about
this time.
how about everybody in my neighborhood except 4 houses, and I was one of the 4.
Really?
Everybody in our neighborhood, nobody lost power.
Yeah, I don't like to tell the stories because generally I'm okay. But during Hurricane Harvey, didn't lose power for a second.
I didn't either.
You didn't?
Yeah.
I didn't lose power during Harvey either.
I didn't either, but I was in a high rise.
Well, I was in a normal neighborhood, just didn't lose it for whatever reason.
I didn't lose it. That was good. Time for me to talk about hoops. I'm going to tell you this. If Hoops came and installed their goal at your house, you did not lose that goal because it's the best installation you could possibly have. It is, I'm telling you, they're going to cement it in. It's going to be concrete. It's going to be perfect. It is going to be perfect. With the bolts, it doesn't move. I'll bet you that your goal didn't move during the hurricane. I'll bet you that. As opposed to when you go to the box store.
I've got because we moved houses where I had the hoops installed. So we moved to another one, left the goal there. We've got one that's the box ones.
Yeah.
Woke up at
Where was
5 o'clock. It had smashed into my wife's car.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's got the roll, but you put water in it to keep, to keep the base there. Boom.
That's
So I had
Have
to
you
go
been
out in the rain
listening-
and move that thing and pull it down. Yeah.
yeah.
Have
Thank
you been listening to what John has been saying over the years? What are you
Have
doing?
you not listened?
I know, but I didn't expect the hurricane to blow it into my wife's car.
Well, see, but that's what happens.
That's what
You know
happened.
what didn't happen with a hoops goal? That. Because it's not moving, okay? Because it's the best goal you could possibly have. So I'm telling you, yeah, go to the box store and get one. Put sand in it or water like Lance does and see how it ruins your car, okay? Don't do what Lance does. Do what I tell you. Get the hoops goal. The raising and lowering of the goal with a drill now, it is perfect. You're looking for the best way to get that goal for the kids. There's only one goal to get. Produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here. Oh, well, you can't. Sorry about that. No, don't even call because our phones are down. We mentioned Mike Gundy. So Ollie Gordon, while we were out, Ollie Gordon, his running back, All-American running back, will be probably the first running back taken in the draft next year. I don't know when that will be.
Maybe Damian Martinez, the transfer from Oregon State, who's at Miami. But Ollie's
or the
Donovan
Michigan,
Edwards, maybe.
The Michigan, Donovan Edwards.
So, but he's one of the top backs in the country.
Yeah,
definitely.
one of the top backs in the country. He's fast. He's great. He's
big,
got,
all the things.
He's got everything. He also had a couple, maybe, allegedly.
Alleged pops.
And was arrested for possible DUI.
Now, this happened
So
late.
they didn't get a blood test or breath test on him?
I don't know that.
Well, he apparently was over the legal limit. And they tested him twice, and he failed both times. Or passed, depending on how you feel about things. But this broke like maybe that Wednesday before we left. And Now we got Mike Gundy in his first public appearance with Big 12 Media Days
And
going
by the way,
on.
he looks like he's wearing a rug.
Yes.
Gundy has the thickest hair.
Well, it's because also he's got gray beard, dark hair, so
Yeah.
it looks like it's a different look.
But
too.
it is the most amazing lettuce ever. He does not need a 975hair.com. He does
No.
not need that.
No.
And it's real. And what you see, it's like, Gundy, like, thin it out or something. I don't know. But here are his comments about a possible suspension and how he compared this to his own situation.
So I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Like in Oklahoma is .08, and Ollie was 0.1. So I looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. And I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision that he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, I said, you're lucky you got out light because you make a lot of money to play football. So I looked it up on my phone.
That was he kept going, but that was the clip.
Now, can you
Did
get
talk about,
can
you
get
got
to
the one about his
punishment?
suspension?
Yeah, I have that here.
There's a
Hold on.
pretty severe punishment, I think, headed for. We'll find out from Mike Gundy, but Mike Gundy doesn't play around with this stuff. I think there's a very, very severe punishment coming for Ollie Gordon.
We're in a time where you guys are essentially employees. You guys make lots of money to play this game. It's different than it was 5 years ago. And your punishment's going to be facing the facts. That's why we brought him here today. I said, you're not going into hiding. You're going to face the music. You're going to have to stand up and talk to people and answer questions. And hopefully, more than football, you can learn from the situation you've been in. Because if not, then we have a real issue. But he's going to play. And I'm going to do what we think is best for Oklahoma State football. And I think it's best for Ollie to play. If there's any punishment, it's make him carry the ball 50 times in the first game.
Yeah, that's going to teach him.
That'll
That's a punishment right there. Not only are you going to play, you're going to get the ball a lot. And you're probably going to run for 280 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Well, and he also said, I'm suspending him for half the game.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he's only going to play offense, no defense.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yep.
no defense.
That's
He's
tough.
suspended for half of each game.
Okay, number 1, 2 beers, you're not going to be 0.1.
No.
You're not. The alcohol content of
Especially
beer,
for a big guy like
not
him.
beer. Yeah, he's in the 200. It's not beer. So I doubt he was drinking beer. I doubt Ollie Gordon, a running back, maybe an offensive lineman was drinking some beer. A running back's not just drinking, hey, you know what, I'm just going to kick back and have some beers. No. He's going to have something with a little higher alcohol level, a little higher ABV. So 2 beers, even 3 beers at his size over a certain amount of time is not going to,
No.
200 plus pounds. You're not going to. Now, 3 heavier drinks, you might. But how dumb is Mike Gundy to say, I've done that like 1,000 times. I get what you're saying. Just don't say that. Like,
Right.
It's not.
Well,
I
2 or
understand what
3
you're
beers,
saying. Yeah, I
I
understand
mean-
what you're saying if you're saying 2 or 3 beers, but the kid was at 0.1. It's over the legal limit. They're not giving like, hey, he's a running back, let him go. That's not going to happen. I mean, he was at 0.1. So that's, 0.08. He's ahead of 0.0. He's behind the 0.08 line. He's intoxicated. So I get what Mike Gundy was saying. It's like he doesn't have any. Sometimes guys are in bubbles. They just don't know things they shouldn't say.
Right. Well, Gundy don't care. Gundy's got a.
Well, I think he didn't apologize. He tried to clarify because there was a lot of people who couldn't believe he said something so stupid like, I mean, what are you? So I got this up. I looked it up. It's 2 or 3 or 4 beers. Well, 2 and 4 is a big difference between 2 and 4.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 beers. Well, what if it's 4 vodkas? 4 double vodkas or 4 vodkas, Mike. 4 vodkas is a lot
he
more
did say
than
beers.
than 2
He
or
did
3
say
beers. Yeah, he did.
He did.
But Gundy just doesn't realize. Just shut up. Just say kids shouldn't do it. Now, what he did say that is going to be interesting, you know how people are very, very, very quick to protect players and young athletes and just say they're just so young. You're making over $1 million. You do lose some of their. You are an employee. You are an employee now, and so you are going to be held to different standards. So the idea that you're just some poor child who can't be held accountable for anything, that's going to go out of the wayside. Once you start making lots of money, one of the things is your accountability now should typically go up, and you'll certainly have more that's expected of you. And that needs to be talked about from teams like, hey, you're making all this money now. You're an adult. You're paying taxes.
I don't know why. Did you happen to see Nick Saban from years ago talking about player suspensions and player sanctions when they do something wrong? He was talking about Muhsin Muhammad when Muhsin Muhammad played for him at Michigan State back in the day, and he goes, "Y'all wanted all the media wanted him kicked off the team. Y'all wanted him.
Right.
He did something
kicked
wrong.
Off team. All right."
All right, and y'all, that's what y'all. And I feel really strongly about this. He said, I kept him on the team. We had internal sanctions for him. We did what we thought was right. And Muhsin Muhammad now today is a president of a company. He's got I don't know how many kids, father, and he's the father of all these kids, and one of them
he's
is
the father
a great
of a good
player.
Aggie.
Yeah. And he's like, so you want me to kick him out in the street as opposed to have him a second chance to build on his life, to make amends for what he did wrong. Yeah, and you know what? There is something to that. I don't know what Ollie Gordon has learned from this, but that Mike Gundy, he was making jokes or what. He was doing a stand-up comedy. What's it called when you do your stand-up?
Crowd work.
He's doing crowd work.
Where you poke it. Crowd work's when you interact with the crowd and you make comedy after the. Mike Gundy was just doing what Mike Gundy does.
He was doing his stand-up act.
He was just talking to you guys.
Right.
I mean, I was looking at this, John. I just Googled it and like 2, 3, 4 beers. I mean, we've done this 1,000 times.
Right.
And the kid he didn't get lucky. Like, just don't say that, Mike.
No.
I get that's a conversation you can have. It's not like, but you just don't say that. You just say, no, he's got to be held accountable. I don't care what you think behind closed doors. Just say the right things. Oklahoma State's just, Mike, can you just say the right things this time?
Well, Mike don't care.
No,
Mike,
he apparently doesn't.
No. Mike just don't care anymore because he's got a multi-million-dollar contract. He lives in Stillwater where it costs like $12 a month in taxes. I mean, it's just he can't be. He's had all of this success. He's one of the most successful coaches in college football today. I mean, what he has done at Oklahoma State, the number of wins that he's got.
He's kind of like Mike Leach was at Tech. Nothing that really stands out.
But he's been great.
But he gets wins,
And Oklahoma State, my daughter and her husband are both Oklahoma State people, and I know all these Oklahoma State, and they're just like, we got Gundied. It's just Gundy. In a big game, it just doesn't seem like he's like this interview. It just doesn't seem like he cares. He just doesn't care.
Yeah, he really does.
You're playing Oklahoma.
His haircut makes him look like he has a wig, and he doesn't have a wig. He needs it cut differently.
Yeah.
It's out of control.
It looks like he's got a piece.
He's 56 now. Remember when he was 40? He's 56. He makes $7.5 million, and he just keeps walking along.
7.5 in Stillwater is like $1 bajillion.
I know.
I mean, so of course his Shiva getter is broke. He don't care.
Listen to this: 10-4. Here's working backwards. He was 10-4 last year. 7-6, 12-2, 8-3, 8-5, 7-6, 10-3, 10-3, 10-3.
He doesn't lose. He doesn't have losing seasons.
John, he had one losing season in 05.
At 05.
Now, if we want to get to conference records, to be fair, he did have a losing conference record, 4-5 and 14. He had a losing conference record in 18, 3-6. And they had a losing record 4-5 and 22. But in general, 166 and 79 in conference, 102 and 63. Yeah, he is pretty solid. But he also says he also says things.
He says things all the time. It's what he does.
I'm surprised he didn't get. He seems like the type of guy that might have gotten wiped out during the 2020 when there was that reckoning in 2020 where anybody that said anything, like they almost got what's his name up out of there. They tried to in Florida State. Who's the head coach of Florida State, Del? Remember when they came after Norvell? They came after Norvell. He hadn't even started.
Yeah, but he survived it too.
And there were a lot of coaches that players almost got rid of.
But what about Gundy watching OAI? What was it?
Oh yeah, OAN. Yeah, that's when I thought Gundy was gone.
Yeah,
that's right. I was like, Gundy didn't survive in this time.
He did.
This time period of
He's Teflon.
Yeah,
he's Teflon. 814 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, people, you're sitting in your car right now. You had power go down, right? I've got the answer for you. You can't have a generator. There's a lot of places. HOA won't let you have a generator. Okay, so how about this? It's the Bronco Power Boost. Bronco Power Boost. No maintenance, no CO2, no noise, no maintenance ever. It's basically a battery pack that is going to you know what I found out? What I learned this weekend? That you really need electricity to open your garage door. And if you try to do it yourself, holy crap, it sucks. How about you have the Bronco Power Boost? It will open your garage door. It'll keep your TVs on. It'll keep your Wi-Fi on. It'll keep your refrigerator on. It's not going to run your air conditioner. It's not big enough to do all that. It'll keep. It will keep. Listen, for you businesses, it'll keep your security cameras on. It'll keep your register on, so you can do business. It'll keep the lights on, so you can continue to do business even when others can't. If you are a business that you have medicines that have to stay cool, you have to have a Bronco Power Boost. It is seamless, the transition, when your power goes out to the Bronco Power Boost, so you don't lose even a millisecond. I'm telling you, if you're looking for a great way, it's less expensive. It's green. It is the way to go if you can't have a generator, or how about you can't afford a generator. It's all at Bronco. This is the go there now. BroncoPowerBoost.com. BroncoPowerBoost.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let me see if you agree with this. In Toro Times, Big Texans site, right?
Fan site, yeah.
Fan site. Here's the headline. A former Super Bowl winner could help fortify the Houston Texans' lone weak spot on offense. A former Super Bowl champ could help the Texans fortify the Houston Texans' lone weak spot on
Justin
offense.
Simmons on offense?
On offense.
The lone weak spot is guard. So
that's not it.
Well, it's not wide receiver.
No.
It's not. I don't think it's tight end, but
no.
They're not saying running back?
Yeah.
Backup running back? Is Pierce too?
At the moment, yeah. D'Amico has said he likes the potential of a 1-2 of Pierce and Mixon.
Yeah, I do too.
Is Mixon that weak? He's making the argument that Mixon.
They
just signed him to an extension.
I know, but
he's not what we think he is when we hear the
Bengals
name Joe
fans
Mixon.
have said that he is really starting to slow down.
Well, and I like that other guy, Braun, or who was the backup running
Brown?
back? Who, Brown?
From the Illinois kid?
Yeah. He actually looked pretty
they
good.
think that they had no problem letting him go. So I kind of, I've said this before, I kind of want to see another running back come in also. But you can find him.
I believe Mixon is one of the weakest starters on the entire team. He's been an average running back for the Bengals, but after years of wear and tear, declining production, and of course the march of time, I don't believe Mixon to be good enough anymore to be the lead back. I don't know. I'm going to give Mixon a shot to be that guy. First of all, he didn't have Joe last year for the most part. Although
Browning was good.
Yeah, actually, he was very accurate. He was one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league, actually. But in large part, I mean, they threw the ball to Mixon. I'm going to hope that Joe Mixon is actually going to be a nice addition and cog in this offense. I think because of his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, Dameon Pierce can catch the ball out of the backfield, but that's not his forte. We've seen him do it. Do you think that they need – he's saying pick up Leonard Fournette.
Lenny doesn't really fit this offense.
I mean –
I don't think Lenny.
Would be
number
a downhill, one-cut guy.
But he still doesn't have the burst. Like, that's one of the issues
No.
with Joe Mixon. With zone scheme, you got to have burst. You got to read and go and then have the burst to get through it. That's not really
Which is why Singletary was so
touchdown Lenny. Yeah.
good.
Yeah. It's not him. And there's concerns that Mixon is not really, the same back he was. He never was a huge burst player. He's a big guy. Like, he'll probably become a little bit more of a grinder, 3.5 yards, fall forward, can play all three downs. But I think Fournette's the exact opposite of what you actually need. You need to get somebody like Singletary.
I mean, I think he's like a older, slower Dameon Pierce, and Dameon Pierce was not good for this offense.
No, you got to have. I think you need somebody with a little more juice.
No,
so who can be come in and get you maybe 7-8 carries a game.
Rank the Texans' weak positions.
I actually think running back is kind of average, but I don't think it's anything to be concerned about because you can find running backs.
I think guard is first of all.
Yeah, left guard
is the number one weak position.
Is the biggest concern for me.
Number
I think
two,
safety.
No, is this the other corner?
Oh, second corner, yeah.
Corner.
Maybe third corner too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. Second and third corner. I would say then I'm a little bit concerned about right guard, right tackle. I want to see how it plays out.
Well, how about?
I think the deep safety spot is.
How about your defensive tackle is a converted end?
Yeah, he's played both. Yeah, now that you bring it up, there are a couple of. I don't know how that's going to. Well, you say that, but they brought in. I mean, they have Tim Settle, who's not small.
Well, is he going to be the starter?
Well, you can't. I don't know what you're going to do with Danico Autry because he's not a guy that's going to be able to hold up against double teams at all. He can't really hold his ground much. So I'm not really sure. That's been a concern for me. I think they're just going to roll with what they have right now.
Fatukasi?
You've got.
I think it's going to be Autry and Fatukasi who's going to be starters. Maybe Tim Settle. But then Autry's not on the field? You paid Autry a lot of money.
Well, I think he's a rush. I think he's a a rush down player also.
Was he?
Remember, you're in base. You're in
Yeah, okay.
nickel packages a lot.
You paid him that much money to just be in a nickel?
Maybe because if you can rush, that's you have an impact on cornerbacks too, a positive impact on cornerbacks if you're able to rush. I don't know if Autry's full time or not. I guess they'll see. He did it some in Indianapolis. He played there some, but Fatukasi, Autry, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards is a converter. He's more of a hybrid 3-4. I mean, these guys are really more hybrid ends, and they don't run a 3-4 front. They don't run a tree
Davis still, right?
or odd front. You have Marcus Harris, Kurt Hinish. Marcus Harris is a rookie who's I actually like Marcus Harris is very strong for his size. He was a 7th round pick out of Auburn. Kurt Hinish, who has been okay.
He's all right.
Khalil Davis, who had a good year last year.
No, Khalil Davis was on the field a lot.
Yeah, McTelvin Agem, who's been around. Tim Settle, who's been around. I think they're throwing a bunch of bodies at it, and they'll just see who the best ones are.
Well, I know, but that's just bodies.
I don't know how they use Autry. I've never known how they use Autry. From the time they signed him, he felt like a 3-4 end because he's not a true defensive end either. So he's kind of a tweener who's a perfect fit as a 4-eye or a 5 technique, which is more of a lot of times you'll see that on 3-4 fronts. But what defense coordinators don't worry about anymore is they don't get caught up in very specific personnel packages and specific position specifics because everything's so much more hybrid. And I just think, I do think Autry is going to be heavier. What is he listed at? 273. I think he comes in closer to 290.
Well, they probably told him eat mangiati because we're going to need you inside and you're going to have to hold.
But
up.
that's one that I would say is a question mark. I don't know if it's weakness, but it's definitely a question mark. I mean, Khalil Davis was solid last year. He was rotational. Tim Settle's a big guy. Fatukasi's a big guy. I mean, they got some size that they can roll out there. Yeah, but how they use Autry, I think, is a question mark. What the 4-man rotation looks like inside a defensive tackle is a question mark. Who starts at left guard is a question mark. I think the effectiveness of Titus Howard at right tackle for me is a question mark. What they do at a high safety position, how good is the safety position going to be? Do you really? Because honestly, Marvell.
Is Henry To'oto'o? Is he a starter this year?
No, I think he's a backup.
Who's going to be the strong side?
You only need. Well, they're mostly just going to be in 2-man. They're usually going to be in 4-2-5. So I don't think.
Yeah,
there's
mostly probably. Well, guess what? Now, are you 5 deep as far as your defensive backs go? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if you've.
I mean, yeah, you just got to have 3 corners. You got a bunch of first rounders.
Well, Kamari Lassiter is
got a bunch of first
more
rounders.
than likely going to be.
Yeah,
on the field.
Kamari Lassiter can play and he'll be the nickel. I think that the number 2 is, but he is a rookie. Looking at this,
but if you're going to go on weakest positions, I don't think running back hits until about the 5th spot.
The guy that you really need to keep an eye on, maybe not this year, but in the very near future, is Jamal Hill, 6th round pick out of Oregon. This guy was a safety who they turned into a corner. He's a 4.40 player. He hits like a ton of bricks. He just needs to keep learning to play the position. He's got coverage ability, and he's going to be great on special teams. This is the guy, Jamal Hill, you need to keep an eye on. And then Jake Hansen, who is a long time, came out of Illinois, had some medical stuff, but he's been a pro for 3 years. He's a guy that actually might make a little bit of noise this year, potentially handling that spot. I think we'll see. Maybe that 3rd linebacker spot. I think he's going to be competitive. And 2000 or whatever. 2020 is
2020.
Yeah. He is. He could end up being the initial starter when they're going just 4-3.
Yeah,
he could end up doing that, but he's not. He can't cover, so he's got to come off the field when they think it's going. So he won't get a lot of. I don't think he's going to get a lot of snaps.
713. No, you can't do that. Sorry, we don't have any phones today. Sorry about that. But that's what's happening here. We're on the air, though.
You can tweet us.
We are on the air. You can tweet us at John Granato, at Lance Erline, at Delv2. Or you can get on Twitch, and we will see it there. On YouTube as well. You got 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9, the HD2 channel, which is fantastic. For those of you that have problems picking us up on 97.5 or 92.5, 97.9, and the HD2 station there is awesome. So get on there if you are having any kind of issues with the stream or anything else. 713-7. No, I keep doing that.
Oh,
That's
no.
worse a habit. Don't call the station because we can't answer. You, my friend, can talk about Vanderford right now, though.
I can't. Vanderford Air Conditioning. Listen, you may have when you had power off, you realize how miserable it was. But if your power came back on and you took a little while and your air conditioning kicked in and you said, it's still not super comfortable even this morning, it means your air conditioning is not running properly. And it's one of two things. Either it needs to be fixed, it needs to be tuned up, or you need a new air conditioner. And I do want to focus on new air conditioners today because a lot of times we'll try to survive with what we have, but that investment in your new air conditioner is an investment in your comfort. And when you're living your life in Houston, it's hot, it's muggy. There's no way around it. Being able to have the air conditioner working properly is going to cut down on on the heat and the mugginess in your home, and you're going to actually be comfortable. If you're paying for an electric bill, you want to feel like you're actually comfortable, and a new air conditioning unit from Vanderford Air is going to do that for you. Make sure that you give them a call and take advantage of it. Vanderford Air does a great job of getting installations done quickly and efficiently, and they'll find a unit for you that is right for your home, the size of your home, not one that's too big or one that's too small. It's vanderfordair.com. That's vanderfordair.com, or call 281-557-COOL.
Time to talk about my boys, Archie and Houston over TPC Industrial. They are great. They're experts in the PVF hose and fitting industry. I don't know what all that stuff is, but if you are on a job site, you need pipes or valves or fittings or flanges or forged steel or couplings. Okay, they've got literally thousands of products in stock right now. They got rapid delivery. Their trucks will get to your location. It's all about service for them. If you need something and they don't have it, they'll find it for you. Whatever it is, TPC Industrial will get it to you, okay? They are awesome. You'll love working with them. They're fun guys. They're great guys. A lot of fun. Easy access to I-10. Fast service throughout Houston and the surrounding areas. A full state-of-the-art distribution center that will give your next project the right supplies on time, okay? Trust TPC with your PVF needs. 346-226-3866, or easier yet, go to TPCINDL, TPC Industrial, TPCINDL.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Our Astros win 4-3 yesterday. Okay.
We didn't during
while
that time.
we were gone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
The Twins.
While we were gone, we had the Twins. We had
Hunter with his quality start streak broken.
Yeah,
really bad.
He got lit up. There's no question he got lit up. That was a rough outing. But you know what? He stayed out there. He gave him some innings as opposed to just yanking him, and he took his medicine.
You'll notice Joe Espada will do that a little bit.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will.
Because he understands what he's up against. You can't let one disastrous start turn into problems for the next 2 or 3 games because you beat up your bullpen.
So Thursday, 4th of July, we had the day game in which Fromber had another fielding faux pas and yet was able to – he overcame – so the Astros jump out with 3 in the first. Fromber gives up 3 in the first. We're tied at 3, but then they came up, Jordan with a big hit. The Astros win it 5-3, take 3 out of 4 from Toronto. So that's the first. The next night, they go to Minnesota, go up 13-5, right? And give up 7 in the 9th. And that was it for Luis Contreras. See ya. Go back down. Go back. Okay. We're going to need somebody to come up here that can actually throw the ball. Josh Hader had to come in. Josh Hader gives up the grand slam to Carlos Correa.
Uh-huh.
His now 7. He's got 7 home runs he's given up this year.
That's a ton for a closer.
I know. He gave up 3 all of last year. 7 this year.
Gave up the solo homer that lost the game.
Gave up the solo homer in Minnesota on Sunday.
To our former
And they
catcher.
got their ass handed to him on Saturday, 9-3. And that was the Hunter Brown game where he was just not good. But then Hader gives up the homer in the 9th to Christian Vasquez, which kind of sucked. But whatevs. They lose that game. They lose that series. There's still only 2 back because Seattle's scuffling. They win yesterday, and there's still just 2 back. They beat a guy that Trevor Rogers came into this game 1-9 with a 5 ERA. His strikeouts to walks like 1.78 to 1, which is awful. His whip was nearly 2. You got to destroy this guy.
Right.
Altuve leads off with a double, scores nothing.
You think you're off to the races?
Nothing until Bregman homers off Brizobin or whatever his name is. And they beat a really, really, really poor. That Miami team is really bad.
Yep.
That Miami team is really, really, really bad.
And they're rumored to be about to deal Jazz Chisholm, too.
Well, Jazz is considered the most overrated player. The players think he's the most overrated player in the game.
He made a cover of the show at one point. You know, they're trying to market one of the younger, exuberant players in the game. The actual on-field stuff hasn't lived up to it. It's been hurt, hasn't played well. And now that there is a little juice behind him, the Marlins are like, we're going to get rid of you.
Yeah. I don't know that I want him, but here's the deal. There's a lot of talk about the Astros and picking up the first baseman, Christian Walker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Don't you think if they're going to get anybody and they're going to add any salary that it should be pitching?
Well,
starter?
Well, you almost have to.
You got Sean Dubin making your starts now every 5th day.
You really almost have to.
And with now McCullers down again, who's done.
And by the way,
all that hope. Luis Garcia is not rocking the baby, and he's not.
Chandler Rome says this exactly. Lance McCullers Jr. has been shut down after his arm wasn't responding well between bullpen sessions. Joe Espada said, McCullers won't throw for a few days while the team formulates a plan for what's next. What's next is he's out for this year, too.
Yeah.
This is what's next.
There's zero chance.
He's not pitching. He didn't pitch last year. He's not pitching this year, and he only pitched 7 regular season games the year before.
But that's only $34 million that you've lost on that.
That's not your money.
Well, I didn't lose anything.
It's not my money.
It's not my money.
Yeah, I didn't lose anything.
Oh, now all of a sudden you're not pocket watching Jim Crane because you were pocket watching him yesterday.
Yeah, you tried to invite me to his ballpark, his moneymaker, and I said, you know what? I'm boycotting Jim Crane games.
You could have had shrimp cocktail, and look at you.
We did have shrimp cocktail.
And
last
look at
night.
what you did instead. What'd you have?
I had
Fritos and a bean
I
dip.
had chicken Alfredo.
Chicken Alfredo last night.
Had my power back. So
You probably
yeah,
had
I could
Hot
cook.
Pockets.
No, I could cook, so I did that. I was fine. I'm not venturing into that ballpark until I found out how much he donates to disaster relief boycotting.
And it can't come from the foundation.
It can't come from the. I'm sure he has a Crane Foundation. It can't come from the Astros. Got to come out of his bank account.
Out of his bank account.
Directly out of the Crane.
And then you'll go to the game.
Maybe depends on how much he donates. I'm taking a
What's
stand.
enough? You got to put a number on it. Otherwise, he doesn't know.
Like pornography, I'll know it when I see it.
Supreme Court Justice Del Olaleye.
So I had a ticket last night, and I invited Del, and he wouldn't come.
I'm not driving into the city to watch the Marlins play. What am I only trying to punish me for myself for?
There was no traffic.
Yeah,
Except where all the
but
lights
I
are
still
out.
leave. I still have to drive in. I still live in League City.
By the way, you can truly find out who the a-holes are when you get to the four-way stop with with blinking lights or
What's the
no
deal with
lights
that?
at all. The people who try to just cruise behind when it's
right,
okay, it's our time, and then they just cruise right behind. I will literally drive at them like I'm going to hit them and honk.
Huh.
They're the worst people.
Yeah.
I just can't stand people that will not play by the rules of society.
It happened yesterday. The guy was tailgating the guy, and I went in between them, and and then I slowed down, and I just looked and I stopped in front of him.
Good.
And then just kept on going. But yeah, that's now going all the way to the right and taking a left. That's not a bad.
Part
move.
of me wants to drive out there and get hit
That's
so
not
I can
bad.
call
Ask
John
the people
Dassler.
how they responded to you if they thought
I want to
it was
drive
Yeah,
out in
but-
front of one of them, have them hit me, and then oh!
Yeah.
And an immediate call, 713 call now. Daspit, crush this loser. But that's not the right thing to do.
That's
so.
not the thing to do.
It's not the thing to do.
No, having Daspit videotape it for Daspit
Bully, I know.
while you're getting hit. No.
And I do the camera like this. John, get him.
Yeah. But now in some places the four-way stop is better than the light. In some places,
Yeah.
it's better. I'll tell you this too. What happens if you live near train tracks now? Because they're afraid that the gates aren't working properly, the trains are going 2 miles an hour, and they're honking all the way through the intersections, which if you live near an intersection with a train in your backyard,
Yeah.
like someone I know, me, it's the worst. And they're going now 2 miles an hour
I
just in case.
I don't live near that. I'm fine.
Yeah, I know you don't care.
Yeah,
I
no.
know you don't care. But if you've gotten stopped by, listen, literally, there was an hour wait for a train yesterday by my house, right next to me. An hour to have a train go through. That's how slow they're going, so that they don't hit anybody because there's a possibility that the gates aren't working. So that is a byproduct of you got to take the West Park to go over that bridge and go over the tracks there. Otherwise, you're screwed right around there, right by Wesleyan, those tracks.
Yep.
So that's just a little heads up for everybody out there. Stay away from those tracks because they're the worst. And, oh, by the way, they're also loud now because they're blowing horns. In the middle of the night, they're blowing horns through the intersection.
That can't be
No.
helpful to sleep.
No, it sucks. So that's my life, okay? Sorry to everybody out there. Okay? That's my cross to bear.
Struggles that you're having. And if you missed it earlier, his kids wouldn't help him with yard work. He guilted one of them to finally coming out and help.
Frankie finally came out.
He's going through it.
JT still was sitting on the couch.
Oh, yeah, it's hot outside.
playing
What do
his-
you want from me? It's
playing
hot out
his
there.
chess game.
It's hot
Finally,
out there.
Frankie goes, I got to do it. Get up.
I mean, I'm with JT. It's hot, man.
Yeah. What did you guys think of Keegan Bradley being the Ryder Cup captain?
I didn't think much of it. What do you think? Is it a poor decision by the
Think
committee?
it's crazy. He didn't even make the team. Now he's going to name himself as a player. I think it's like, wow, that's an odd choice. But Tiger said, no, I don't want that. I don't need that in my life, so I ain't doing it. After he saw what Zach Johnson went through, he ain't doing that. And I can't blame him.
He's an odd bird.
Here's the roof at
Who,
NRG.
Keegan?
You didn't see it? Here.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That Jones sent.
Yeah.
It's more than one panel.
Yeah. Bunch of panels. That's the only one you could see from the highway.
I'll bet you they fix it.
Oh, I'm sure they fix it, but that roof has been like the scourge. I mean, talk about one of the most useless pieces of anything in this city.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Spend all that money on a retractable roof, doesn't work, don't use it. Just what a waste. What a waste. And it was designed poorly. They couldn't get sun. They didn't build it in such a manner where they could get sun on the grass. They thought they're going to have natural grass would have been great. The idea of natural grass on there, but it was also, it's too, like, the overhang, the way the overhang is set up so that they could have the roof the way it was done. You just don't want to have it that short. That's the problem is when you have it that short, and when you have it that tight, it made it tougher to get the sun in on the grass.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been, everything about this organization has been just substandard. They've tried to operate at a high level. They've done a good job behind the scenes with some of the stuff, things like that. But only right now, there was a time, 11 and 12, where things felt pretty damn good, but it was brief, and you have followed up immediately by a 3-win season. They've had the first pick of the draft, they had the second pick. They've had 2 first picks. The Texans, right now, though, it feels like things are good. For the first time in about, in basically 22 years of existence, you go in there. But that doesn't include the stadium or the roof. I think the stadium's pretty average, personally.
Yeah.
And I think when I've gone to other ones, and
You want to build
the
a new
roof
one?
is the roof
You want
is
a new
stupid.
one?
No. Absolutely don't put any more money. That thing's got to roll till I'm dead. That's
well,
it.
they've got there was a 30-year deal. It started in 2002. So in 32, we're probably going to be looking at having to build another stadium here.
And when?
In 32.
In 32.
Yeah.
That's
Which is 8 years. Yeah.
You're going to tear down that
You'll
stadium?
be dead about 5 years
You
already.
should get a minimum of 40 years out of a stadium.
I don't know.
Minimum.
I
When
mean,
they
it's
cost this much?
Not in Atlanta. Remember they built the stadium for the Braves, and then they built another one like 2 years later?
That's their problem.
No. In 32, they're going to be talking about, hey, we need a new stadium. That's what they're going to be saying. Plus, all the events that it brings. You know what? They need to reconfigure it so it can have soccer here where they don't complain about the sidelines for soccer.
Well, yeah, and that's all American stadiums are kind of like that. Yeah.
They need to get a design that'll cure that. Maybe bring those stands up a little bit and whatever. The lowest stands. I don't know. Whatever
Why
the
don't
case
you do
may
like
be.
a high school gym
We're
and just
going to
roll
be
back
talking
the
about that in 32. We're going to be talking about
You
that.
really think so?
Yep, I do. Yep.
I'll just tell people to get off my lawn.
Mm-hmm. Hader gave up another home run Brian Abreu gave up the run. He didn't give up a home run last night. Hader did not give up a home run last night. Brian, by the way, Brian Abreu is not.
I couldn't watch the game, by the way. It was on. I was blacked out.
Were you?
Was anyone else blacked out? Yeah.
No, Xfinity's not working, by the way. No Wi-Fi.
I don't have Xfinity, though.
Oh, you don't?
Well, yeah, it just kept saying that it gave me some message where I didn't have this game. It was blacked out. And I was looking all over the place like, no, this is where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Same channel I always go to.
No. Apparently HD2, the 97.9 is not good today. So we're gonna fix that. But that has been perfect, y'all. Sorry about that. 97.9. Hey, there's still some kinks in this whole thing with the way that we lost power here at this building. This building was literally chained up.
Yeah.
Chained. You couldn't get into this building after the hurricane. So we just got in late last night. So we're fixing some things, Jack. We apologize, Texans fans. 1989. We are fixing. We'll get that fixed as soon as we possibly can. Okay. What we did this morning was just get on the air. We just needed to get on the air. Phone's not working. We still got some kinks to work out. Surprisingly, some technical difficulties here, which we've never had before. Never had. 713-780-3776. I'm telling you right now, a buddy of mine had a tree fall on his house, or his garage, rather, and he needed Brinkman. And so he asked me, okay, who's your roof guy? My roof guy is Jason Brinkman, BRINKMANN. Here's the deal, is you, my friends, you have some kind of, no. He had shingles that were flying off of his roof. You know what? That means I gotta have Brinkman out there. I gotta have him at my house. If you're gonna re-roof right now, you got a $200 off of re-roof. Here's the deal. I would imagine being a roofer in this city, a fence company in this city. I would imagine being any kind of a tree guy in this city right now. You are in high demand. So if I were you and you need any help, because we're going to get more rain here coming up shortly, you need Brinkman to come to your house now. Don't wait. Go to Brinkman Quality, BRINKMANN, 2 N's, MANN, BrinkmanQuality.com. Reputable, been in business for 50 years. They're going to have to, if you get a guy who knocks on your door, says, I can fix your roof, Brinkman is going to have to come and fix whatever he fixes, because that's just the way it is. They say they do more work with guys that are knocking on doors than anything else, fixing that stuff. So if you are somebody, go with a reputable company, and the most reputable, BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, 281-480-7663, 281-480-7663.
Hey guys, want to talk about QC Kinetics, the company that has done a great job with my wife's knee, and she's got a bad knee, and but she still wants to run marathons, and so she went through one of the tougher processes that they have to do, and so even if you have a very severe issue like the bone on bone, they may be able to help you, but they handle joint issues when you have joint pain, chronic pain, shoulder, knee, back, ankle, hip. Anything that's going on like that where you have that constant pain and it's really limiting your mobility, it's really limiting your quality of life. QC Kinetics can go in there with regenerative medicine, not the shot, which is, going to be a Band-Aid, not the pain medicine, which of course is only going to work for you temporarily. And it's not even surgery. You go in, you take the body's healing power, it begins to regenerate, restore damaged and lost tissue in your joints. And what you're going to find is that you are getting back to normal and being able to be active again and not live with the same pain. It could truly be a game changer for you in your life, but you got to call them for your free consultation. It's qckinetics.com. You want to hear about, I'll tell you what is a bad beat here. Our old friend Ryan, who's been a longtime listener, he said, in terms of what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, he said, I learned that if you don't chain your generator to a tree while it's running overnight, you might wake up in the morning and it's just an old running lawnmower sitting in your yard. So somebody started a lawnmower, put it by the generator, so it would still make the noise. So when they took the generator, when they turned off the generator and took it, he wouldn't know. So they stole his generator.
Wow.
Couldn't have been a whole home generator with the AC because those suckers are like 250 pounds. No, they're heavier than that. I think.
Yeah. No. Had to be a smaller one. Wow, that's a terrible story.
Yeah, that's a horrible story.
Yeah. That doesn't make. That's terrible. There's a question whether or not Altuve is going to go to the All-Star game or skip it. Is he? Did we hear anything? Was there anything lately that?
No, but he hasn't been playing lately.
What?
You said Altuve, right?
Altuve.
Yeah, Altuve skipped whenever he was in 20.
No, he only missed one last year or the year before, whichever it was.
Did he play last year? Did he make the All-Star team?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Or no, he was hurt last year. For
Yeah.
the most.
I don't think
the
he's
year
played.
before he skipped. The year before he skipped. It would. Altuve is the starter. I think he'll go to Dallas. No, I think he will.
No, I don't think he cares about it.
I don't know.
And you know what? You
I
have
think
World
that
Baseball Classic this year. I mean, I know it's only
it
a
was
few.
the year before. That's how he broke his hand.
No, but you have it coming up this summer.
Yeah.
So he may say, because he's going to play for his country, he may say, you know what? I'll take any days off I can get, and not have to go for this event and that event.
World Baseball Classic. You mean next spring?
Yeah, but it's going or the
Right.
summer.
No,
No,
it's in the
next.
spring.
No,
It's in the spring.
Is it in the spring?
Yeah, it's during spring training. That's how he broke his hand. Remember before the season started? It's not in the summer.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Still, I don't want him to. You know what?
You know what's in the summer?
I don't want
Major
Dallas.
League Baseball.
I honestly don't want Dallas to be able to see all they're going to do is boo him. Everyone
for
there's gonna boo him.
everywhere though. That's everywhere.
No, then you don't deserve Jose Altuve.
Nobody deserves Jose Altuve.
No, sometime I wonder
How
if we deserve
about
Jose
that-
Altuve. Do you think we
They
deserve Jose?
cheered in Minnesota when Altuve got hit, and they booed when Carlos Correa got hit. Carlos Correa cheated worse than Jose Altuve did during the 2017 season.
Yep.
And yet Minnesota fans were mad that he got hit and happy that Altuve got hit.
Yeah.
Where is the irony here? I mean, come on. Carlos Correa cheated worse than Jose Altuve did. And yet you're cheering when Altuve gets hit by a pitch, but you're booing and unhappy when Carlos Correa does? That doesn't make
Here
any
it is.
sense.
Jose Altuve has not attended an All-Star game since 2018. Fans elected him to start in 21 and 22, but Altuve opted out of both exhibitions, citing nagging injuries. He's not going to play now.
One he was hurt, but one he just said, I don't want to go.
I know. So
Yeah.
this is what I don't think he's going to. Well, the one in 21, he didn't want to go because it was after the cheating stuff, and I don't think he went. None of the Astros went. And 22, he didn't go. I don't think he cares about playing on them.
Yeah.
I really don't. I think he likes staying with his family.
He said this. The only thing I can say right now is thank you to everyone who made this possible. My coaches, my teammates here supporting me every day, the Houston fans. He was asked on Wednesday whether he would attend the game. I'm really happy. I know they're happy. Thank you again. I'm looking forward to keep playing games and winning games for you guys.
Yeah.
He did
ain't
not
going.
say yes.
He isn't going.
No.
I think he's done playing All-Star games. He's done it. He doesn't care. And he doesn't.
And
And he knows all they're going to do is boo him. It's probably embarrassing for him in a starting lineup to get booed in an All-Star game, which is ridiculous. So F them. And you know what? Good. They don't deserve Jose Altuve anyway. Baseball doesn't deserve. We deserve him. Actually, we do. But everyone else doesn't deserve him.
Yeah.
So why would you want to
And
go?
in Dallas.
You're one of the nicest guys in baseball, the biggest fan favorite, and you're just going to get booed nonstop at an All-Star game. For what? For who? I'm not going for those losers. Forget it. Major League Baseball, if you won't do something about it, and I just won't go.
Yeah. No,
If you boo him, you should be tased. I said it, I meant it, and I will represent it. If I had a taser, I would tase somebody who booed Jose Altuve if I knew I wouldn't get
Wow.
caught. If I 100% knew I wouldn't get caught.
well, they're stupid.
If
You
I
know,
was invisible.
I like that they boo him because he destroys them then.
Yeah, in game, but not an all-star game, not
No.
a headline game. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want him to get booed. He's our little guy.
Yeah, I talked about this while you were saying that we're talking about a new stadium in 2032, but we all know Lance will have been gone for 5 years at that point.
Yeah,
So it doesn't matter to you. What do you care if we get a new stadium?
that's probably
Why are
true.
you poo-pooing it?
That's probably true.
You're going to be dead. So
Yeah. I can't get too invested in all that stuff.
No.
I just got to live my life day by day.
that's why you were pissed about this Astros team early on, but now are you happier?
Yeah, Gilbert. Oh, yeah, way happier. But Gilbert's had a death prediction for me of 2027. He said this like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
No, he said it in 17.
17. He gave you 10 years.
Yeah,
He
7
gave me
years
10
ago.
years too to 32.
Yeah, he gave you 10 years.
Huh.
We need to ask about Dell.
What about you, Dell?
When Gilbert calls
We
next,
got
we
next
need to
time.
ask.
We got to see when's
find
Dell
out
going
when
to die.
Dell's gonna die.
I think Gilbert thinks I'm going to die in some type of altercation with the police after I steal his bike. I think that's what he thinks. That's how
You're
I'm
not
gonna
an
die.
altercation with the police
Well,
type of guy.
I'm not, but Gilbert might think that.
Well, I don't. Well, there are some times you don't have to be
I'm
an
complying.
altercation guy.
Well, sure. That's the ugly underbelly of this conversation. I just didn't want to bring that up. But are we really happy with the Astros or how the Astros are playing, or simply happy the Mariners stink?
Well, I'm happier with the Astros. They're over 500.
No, you were a lot happier.
Well, I think
They are 14-4 in their last 18 games.
I think the overwhelming thing behind this is the Mariners are terrible.
That's
Well, I
not-
mean, it helps.
The
the
Mariners
Astros
stink.
over the last 25 games
That's
are the
fine.
best team in baseball.
That's fine, but if the Mariners were any type of good ball club, no matter what the Astros would have done, this would be out of the question. Look what the standings are for the Astros compared to all the other second place teams in baseball.
yeah, no.
The Mariners stink.
It's the weakest division right now. There's no question.
So definitely the Astros will play better.
But ask anybody if they want to play the Astros right now.
Minnesota was fine.
Yeah, Minnesota. Well,
They were
who
fine.
knew that our closer would give up his seventh home run
we
of the
do.
season?
We've known because he had given up 6 previously.
Yeah.
We know. We know what he is.
Yeah. And who knew that we could only score? I mean, this is so. It's like
And look
a feast or famine.
Look at the Marlins yesterday. The Marlins are any type of club.
They're terrible.
Yeah, and the Astros are
And the
scrapping
Astros
and
put a
clawing
4.
to find a way to win
Bregman
that one.
crushed that ball, though, boy.
Thankfully.
Crushed that ball. Time to talk about my man Derek DeSola over at Houston Safe and Lock. Listen, they have the safe technicians, vault technicians, highly skilled, licensed, certified, proficient in opening any lock safe, able to convert dial lock to digital, change combination lock codes, skilled at repairing damaged safes, able to anchor and bolt safes, can move your safe. Moving companies won't move safes, so that you need if it's a big safe. Locksmith, all of the services that you could possibly need, rekeying, master key systems, access control systems, smart lock installation. Houston Safe and Lock has the answer for you for all your safe and lock needs. If you need a locksmith, this is the place to go. 2 location, King Safe and Lock, which is on I-10 and Wirt, or at Westheimer in the Beltway. That's Houston Safe and Lock, same company. So they do it the best. Showrooms full, a warehouse full of safes, so you're getting it at a better price than the other guys who buy them one at a time. If you need a safe or you need any kind of lock help, 975safe.com. Ask for Derek DeSola, 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com. All right, welcome back. 1 hour to go here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Actually, less than an hour, we'll be out of here. And Del, you and Sean going to be back on the air together. What did you do What did you do for the 4th, Del?
I'm trying to think. It feels like so long ago now. A lot of things have happened since. I don't think I did much. I think I heard the fireworks because you can hear them. Like Kima does their fireworks show. They do that every Saturday during the summer. But I heard those.
That's less than a week ago. It seems like it's forever.
I can't really remember. I mean, I know I didn't have any barbecue, which was never going to be the plan. I can barely. I think I just had a normal day. I can barely remember what I did.
We went to a hotel pool and hung out there, and ate and drank.
A hotel
then
pool.
we went to eat crawfish for the first time ever on the 4th of July. We had crawfish and they were good.
Why don't you normally do it?
Because it's past the season.
Well past the season.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Usually the season's over in April or May.
And Wendy got the real crawfish, not the Asian ones.
We don't do that. don't even.
You don't do that. Huh?
Yeah, it's going for Asian crawfish.
What? I've heard they're really good. I just don't mess with crawfish because it feels like too much work for so little.
Oh,
reward.
it's so fun. It's fun. You drink a beer and you eat some crawfish.
I'm out already.
It's not for you.
No,
it's not for you people that don't drink.
Well, me specifically. I don't know about people.
You are those people who don't drink.
Well, I think other people who don't drink like crawfish. It's just not my thing.
Well, I'm not sure.
So on 4th of July, you may have done all that stuff. Paige Spiranak.
Yeah, I saw her with the hot dog.
So she's on a couch. She's in a bikini, and she is a golfer. She's not a golfer. She plays golf.
She can play.
She tried to play for a year and then quit. But you know her name because she figured out she's very attractive, and she has the look,
and
right?
She
Blonde
wears she's skimpily plaid.
Yeah, she plays into everything she does. She plays into the sex appeal.
Right.
And she now makes a tremendous amount of money on social media. I say tremendous. She makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
And here's a post that said, time for the main event. It's just her in a bikini, and she's got a plate of 4 hot dogs.
Right.
And she says, time for the main event. 10 minutes on the clock and a plate of hot dogs. Wish me luck as I attempt to break my record. Click here to watch. And it's passes.com and hashtag page.
How many people watched?
Well, that's my whole. I'm gonna click it and see how much she would have charged. So you have to sign up. So you have to sign up.
Oh, you have to sign up for it?
Well, hold on a second.
I'm not.
Accept all.
Is this an OnlyFans thing where?
This is the thing.
Is she's eating hot dogs?
She's eating hot dogs, but she's just gonna eat them in a. This is what I'm talking about. She's just going to eat hot dogs. Like, this is her content where if you sign up, you can get access to exclusive content like her eating hot dogs. Like, there are grown men who will pay money to watch an attractive woman
down bad.
eat 4 hot dogs.
I'm not surprised, but come on, guys. Have some shame.
Yeah, exactly. She's just
eating. She's playing on.
She's not doing a banana eating thing. She's just eating 4 hot dogs.
Well, and it's hot dogs, but they're with the buns and just eating hot dogs.
And people, look, she's putting a phallic object. All right, guys, relax.
It's $10 a month. There's her part tier. Get almost all the exclusive content on my wall for $10 a month.
And then there's going to be pay-per-view
now,
stuff.
if you do $25 a month, get all the exclusive content on my wall and live streams. Now, if you have the Eagle tier, access to all my content and live streams, plus 5 free DMs. And DM freebies.
You mean the manager who runs the account's going to be DMing me?
Yeah, that's
Paige?
right.
Yeah.
Some woman named Grace.
You hope it's a woman. Could be a guy.
It could be.
For $5, you can just get golf content only, including golf pics, course vlogs, instruction, and more. That's John. Lame.
What? What now?
You can buy her golf content. But now, if you're $100 a month, look at this picture she's got. Where almost everything, she's got a little. I mean, it's all going to be tee shots. There's no way she doesn't do naked stuff.
No.
But if you pay $100 a month, guys, you got a chance to get some DMs from one of her assistants. And, all of her wall content and live streams, 5 free DMs from Paige Spiranak. Man, that's worth it for the $100 a month, guys. Good job.
Your perv is really at an all-time high if you just want to watch her eat hot dogs.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Livy Dunn's got a page.
Of course, Livy Dunn.
Here's her membership. $15 a month. Get access to almost all my exclusive content. Silver, $50. 50 free messages. Unlocks exclusive content on my wall. Discounts on all pay-per-views. You know, when she does pay-per-view events like probably eating hot dogs. $100 a month is gold. That's 100 free messages a month. Weekly DM freebies for live streams. And forget about it. If you're platinum a month, you can pay $300 to Livy Dunn every single month. And it unlocks all the content, free priority chatting, access to my most exclusive content, and you may even be able to hook up with me.
No.
She doesn't say that, but that's why else would you be paying for unlimited chatting with somebody whose boyfriend is Paul Skeens,
what happened to
who's
Paul
going to be one of the
Skeens?
Greatest pitchers in the history of baseball.
She didn't imply you could hook up with her. That's your editorializing.
That's what you said.
No, but that's what she didn't imply. Free chatting. Why else would losers be paying $300 a month? I just want to talk to her. Or if you just want her gymnastics content, skills, and tutorials, you can pay $20 a month.
Now that, if you know what, if I've got a little girl and she wants to learn how to be a gymnast, that okay. But she's about what, 5'2", 80 pounds?
They're all smaller than you think.
Yeah,
you see them on TV, you know they're kind of small, but then in real life, they're even smaller than you think.
Yeah, they're wee.
Yeah,
that's part
gymnasts
of why.
are.
And she's announced she's coming back for another year at LSU as well.
Didn't Simone Biles do something?
You have to. You make more money that way.
Didn't Simone Biles do something this past week that was incredible? Again?
You mean just actually being a great athlete?
Yeah, she's been,
probably. I mean, it's Simone Biles, so I'm assuming she did.
She did something incredible because she's Simone Biles. She's the best ever. Yeah. So I mean, there's so much stuff that happened over the last week, including our Astros 2 games out now. 2 games out, and we've got 5 games left before the All-Star break. Will they be in first place by the All-Star break?
Well, the Mariners, they're playing. Who are they playing? Who did they beat up on yesterday? The Padres. Mariners have the Padres in San Diego. The Astros obviously have their series with the Marlins. We've got till what? Friday? No, Sunday? Sunday.
So the Mariners have, right now, they're playing the Padres, and then they've at the Angels.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, although at the Angels is something.
It's all like the home field advantage for Anaheim. Anaheim Stadium, whatever the hell they call it now, is going to be tough for the Mariners.
Well,
I mean, when is Dubin pitching?
Dubin is up next, isn't he?
So we're going to have Arrighetti and Dubin in the next couple of days. I don't feel great about that.
No, it's Fromber and then Dubin.
Okay. And then Arrighetti.
And then Brown, Arrighetti, Blanco.
I have the Brown. He didn't have a great start. I'm not going to hold that against him. The Arrighetti-Dubin combination makes me think. I'm going to say the Rangers will have a game lead.
The Mariners?
The Mariners will have a game because of that Dubin Arrighetti thing, and Fromber could blow up at any point.
Yeah, Fromber. Well, if Fromber has to field the ball. Oh, my gosh, he did it again. He just so bad. Every game, he flipped it with his glove. It's just don't. I mean, and Hunter Brown, by the way, in his last outing when he got killed, there were 2 balls that were topped near the third base line, and it turned into a 7-run outing. I mean, it really he had some bad luck.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold.
And Fromber is at his worst when a ball is topped in front of the plate. He's at his worst.
Yeah.
Because he can't field.
Never gets on balance. He can't throw accurately. He just flips out.
Yeah, he really, really does. He's got to be.
I mean, old school. Fromber's lucky because if this had been 80s or 90s baseball, they'd lay down a bunch of bunts. Like a team somebody like a Whitey Herzog would have tested him with a bunch of bunts with fast guys and just just to make him uncomfortable because it would get in his head too because he's got to worry about getting off the mound all the time.
I'm convinced Fromber is the worst Astros pitcher we've seen of late on the move fielding a ball. No, I don't think that's even arguable. Fromber is the worst. If he has to move off of the mound, there's a good chance. It's like a 50-50 shot that he's not getting the guy. That he might even throw it. It might be a 3-base error. It could be a 2-base error if Fromber is on the move fielding a ball.
It's not.
He's not Mike Hampton.
No, it's.
Mike Hampton was the best. He was the best fielder the
And wasn't he a
Astros
great
have ever
football
had.
player? He could have played football at Notre Dame too.
Was it
right?
football?
Yeah, it's not hockey, right? It's
Well,
football.
I thought it was. I thought hockey for some reason came to mind, but you might be right. Mike Hampton was by far the best Astros, and Fromber I think is by far the worst Astros fielding pitcher that we can remember. 916 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about my man Kent over at Dream Rate. Played golf with him last week. I think it was early last week.
Yeah, he was played. Yeah, it was DB.
He was a DB.
At Notre Dame, Miami, and Florida State.
Wow,
Pretty serious.
That's-
And white guy.
yeah. Mike Hampton was white.
Back then,
Yeah, he was white.
there's
Back
more
then he
room
was
for you
white.
guys to make that move.
Notre Dame, Miami, and FSU. Those are pretty serious back when
Yeah.
Hampton came out.
Back in the day.
Back then, they were like, you know what? We'll allow it. Now,
Yeah.
go play safety.
Go
Get
play at
that.
Iowa.
Yeah.
He
or that,
said,
yeah.
"You know what? I think
If
I
you
got
want to be a white corner, you transfer your ass to Iowa.
Listen, back then, I got a much better shot at pitching in the big leagues than I do playing NFL corner. Okay.
No, I think he made the right move.
I want to talk about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Loans. Listen, he has told me if you're a first-time buyer, this is the time. Stop renting right now. Buy your home. The interest rates are high right now. You say, well, the interest rates are too high. Hey, you can refi. That's not a problem. That's easy to do. It's not like you're going to be in that interest rate forever. The interest rates are going to go down. So you refi. That's simple. But you're paying. How do you build wealth? You build wealth by owning whatever it is that you have and people paying you. So what you're doing is you're creating wealth for that landlord. You're not creating wealth for yourself. You're just throwing that rent money away. Don't do it. Buy that home. And there are so many incentives for first-time buyers right now. If you're looking for a scenario quote on the phone in minutes, Kent will give it to you. Okay, we got this much to put down. The house is this much. What are our payments going to be? He can find that for you. But he is going to save you money on your mortgage. Literally thousands of dollars can be saved, and he has saved it for people over the years. What you need to do is shop your loan and shop it with Kent. Kent Jones at the Ultimate Mortgage Hookup. Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com, 975loans.com. All right, 921, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776.
Do you know who's never, ever coming back to where he once was is Drake. So he made a $300,000 bet on Canada to advance in soccer. It would have paid him a ton. He's got money. He can throw $300,000, no big deal. But to advance in soccer, like I think Argentina was minus 600 maybe even more than that. And so Canada would have been like, I don't know, plus 300, plus 350, something like that, because the juice is so dumb. But he bet $300,000 on Canada. They lost 2-0, and they had a couple opportunities, but they were outclassed, and everyone knew that it was going to be the case. So he lost. And then, Del, who was it? It was the Argentinian account just said they not like us. And they have their team celebrating, which is a direct shot, which is going to go down as the greatest diss track of all time, even surpassing Tupac's shot at Biggie. This will go down as the greatest diss track of all time. My daughter, Monty the Puritan, knows all the words to They Not Like Us. And there's some foul language in there. There's some rough blue language in there.
That's terrible.
Not a ton, but there's some. But Drake has just been pulverized. I mean, in the video, my kids freaked out when the video for They Not Like Us dropped, and so you got all these, you've got all these little secret things, the Easter eggs inside the video.
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan makes an appearance. He was name checked in the song itself. He makes an appearance.
He's a West Coast guy, but formerly played with the Raptors.
Yeah, Kendrick said, and just another one of his shots. It's why you shouldn't have had DeMar in the first place. Glad he came home. By home he meant America, I guess. But yeah, he had the what looked like, I forgot what they're called, when the shipping containers, and in some
what did that mean?
Some people believe it means how sex trafficking goes,
pedophilia,
stuff like that. Others had read into it different ways. So yeah, you need a whole thread or a Reddit account to go through and see what all the things mean. But yeah, what the Argentinian account, as you mentioned, put Not Like Us and Not With Us.
I mean, an Argentinian soccer account is now taking shots at Drake.
Well, don't bet $300K on your home country.
Well, he just did it on his home country. He wasn't fading them with like Colombia.
Yes, it was the English Argentinian soccer accounts. All these accounts, because they're so popular, they have accounts for Americans or English speakers. So Selection Argentina in English, Not Like Us, Not With Us, and then they show the team all together celebrating. So yeah, Drake's gonna catch it all summer and probably beyond. Maddie is listening. She's listening to the.
What is she listening to?
She's listening to the explicit version.
I don't think there is a clean version.
Okay. I don't know that.
Yeah, she listens to hey, Alexa, I just heard it walking by. I'm like, what are you listening to, Marty? I don't say the words, Dad. I don't even think what the words are in my head.
Wait a minute, but you hear the words. How can you not think about them? Marty.
She knows a lot of songs. She knows a lot of songs she's not supposed to.
Marty,
but I
with
make
your
sure she doesn't listen.
Mouth.
She doesn't listen to Ice Spice or Sexy Red, though.
Oh,
we're not doing ho stuff.
I believe there is a clean version.
We're not doing ho rap.
Ho is ratchet. We call it ratchet.
Ratchet rap is really the name for it.
That's it. It's ho rap.
Well, it's ratchet rap. We're not doing ratchet rap. We're not listening to ratchet rap.
Yeah. Has anybody been with Big Red lately?
Big Red. Her name is Sexy Red.
That's gum, right? Or is that soda? Big Red.
Yeah, Big Red's a drink.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Sexy Red is a rapper.
Sexy Red is a rapper, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a rapper. I forgot his name. I got to find it. There's a rapper out there. He wasn't very kind to Sexy Red. He's alleging that he had sex with her, and then afterwards he said after he took a shower, my thing still stank. But he used the word. He said, "Damn."
So the Astros won yesterday.
Yeah. That was
Breggy.
I didn't think you'd tell the story.
We got a
Why
Breggy
not?
bomb.
That was a
Well,
why'd you
story.
bring it up on the air?
I didn't
queued
know
it up.
you'd tell it.
I didn't either. You queued it up though.
I cleaned it up as much as I could.
Well, there's no cleaning that story up.
Well, it's
According to the rapper.
my thing stank.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cleaned it up. People have to read between the lines to figure
There
out
was
what you're
no
saying
read
there.
between the lines.
No, I just said
it all
I
there.
told the story but I told it in a way that could be on the air. That's all. That's what I mean by clean it up.
Yeah.
Well, thang is not something
Thang.
excuse
Yeah,
for saying.
if
You
you
can
say
say that.
Haktui.
You can say, well, yeah, if we can reference Haktua, we can say thang.
Yeah. I get
Oh,
it.
by the way, that girl had her first true paid thing. She was
She got paid a lot.
$30,000, right, for a bikini contest.
Well, and
A
she,
judge at a bikini contest.
Yes.
she was judging it, and she
Yes.
got $30,000 for it.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's
She
got-
also got. She was getting $600 for spitting in a jar.
But she refused
Oh.
to. She said she's not doing that.
She's not-
Yeah, that was probably fake. That's probably somebody else claimed it was her.
No, she talked about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
she said
did she?
no. She said I got the offer. I
Oh,
got
the
an
offer,
offer
but
for
she
it.
turned it down.
she said,
Why
I'm not
wouldn't you
doing that.
spit a jar for
Nah, because
$600?
then you're somebody
It's
like fart.
demeaning.
Then you're in the same class as farting a jar.
Yeah, what are you sitting
You're in
on,
the same family.
Sitting on cakes now?
$600.
What are you
Come on.
farting
I'll
on
spit in a
pie,
jar
sitting
for
on cake?
$600.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't be the girl who actually spits on stuff.
At some that kind of.
And by the way, this is
going to
run out for her. She's not going to be.
Well, she's going to have a reality show. She's only like 21, so let's capitalize right
Yeah.
now.
She seems like a
A southern.
real cute, innocent little southern, not Belle so much. She's just
No.
the down home. She would have been on Hee Haw back in the day,
she's-
probably.
Yeah, she was working in the spring. Yeehaw.
She,
Hee haw haw haw.
well, yeah, she is. I guess she could have been on Laughing.
They didn't have country people on Laugh In. She's country now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
This
is.
girl
country.
country. She's from a small little town.
Working in a spring factory.
Yeah, she's working at a spring factory. She's 100%. She could have been the lyrics from a Zach Bryan song. She got on stage with him and tried to sing, although she said she's bad at singing. She got something about a young girl, working at a spring factory. Blah blah. I'm not going to keep going because it'll turn into a
Yes.
Yeah.
Songs to the South, but-
What is it? How's it go? How's it go, Zach Bryan?
But Zach Bryan would have sang. She sounds like a country song. She's a young girl, 21, found fame, worked in a spring factory. This is all in a small town. This is all country music. This is a whole country music song. Her life. So yeah. So she'll make. I'm gonna predict she's only gonna make she ain't gonna have a reality show.
She says people are following her. She's going to get paid for people to follow her around. She's got management. They're going to capitalize, man.
She is. She's got a management team.
But it's not gonna last. They might. Yeah.
Can
They
you
can probably
believe-
sell it to somebody. You're right.
Haktua girl has a management team now
Yeah.
to follow her around.
Spit on that thing. People were.
See, he just said it again, more
Yeah.
graphic than I did.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's all she did, and now she has a management team. Do you know how hard it is for us to in this business? We've had to go, okay, I worked for free for 2 years, and I did this and that. She just had to say, spit on that thing. You get me? And she's got a management team.
She's got a delightful accent. She's an attractive girl. She seems very nice, very somewhat naive. For now, that'll probably change as people try to pick her apart to try to get things.
She had no social media accounts, so
and
no one
that's-
could find
and that's
dirt on
the
her.
other thing. No, there's
Now they're
nothing
going
to find
through her.
about
What's her grandpa's name? I'm going to see if he's.
That's part of the mystery helps too, because you couldn't actually find anything
Because
about
they
her.
will try to see if her grandpa was a racist.
Well, even beyond that, I mean, some people aren't going to care. But the fact that you couldn't pull anything to see, she likes this, there's nothing to know. So now people are interested. Man,
Because everyone wanted to know how she's going to vote. You have to figure out if you like her.
at
'cause
21?
How you voting? Well, we know who your quarterback's voting for.
no, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. He wasn't there.
Did you see?
happened?
They
No.
had a seat.
It was his son. It was Barron Trump's seat, and they just they photoshopped Tua.
Oh,
sitting
that's
there.
his Photoshop?
Yeah, it wasn't real.
Oh, I got fooled by it. It was the Trumps. It had Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, somebody else, and in one seat, the first one, it says Tua Tagovailoa.
Because the
It
appearance
had a
was
sign there, but
in
somebody
South
photoshopped
Florida. Yeah,
that.
the appearance was in South Florida. Yeah, it was Photoshop. You see it, the real one is Barron Trump is there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tua maybe he's very Christian, a big family man, but he's not. He's a football player, but not dumb. You know what you don't do? You don't make that appearance. You may vote for Trump. That's what you want to do, but don't make it public. You don't want to catch it. Don't make your political opinions public. Do what you like in private.
Do not tell who you're voting for.
Especially with a
Haktua
contract
girl.
and a contract year coming up.
Yeah.
Too.
Somewhat. No, we can't. You can't call in. I just got the bad habit of always telling, but I do have a good habit of telling you about Air Team, my air conditioning company. I love what they do. You'll love what they do. Air Team is going to be here for you. I don't know what happened, if anything happened with your if your air conditioners now aren't working well because of the what happened with electricity. I don't know. I do know this. I had, as soon as my electricity came back on, we got home after being at the ball game last night, and it was cool in our house for the first time in days, and it was just so nice to have a great air conditioner. And I have that because of the Air Team people. I bought two. I had to buy two because I didn't maintain my air conditioners. If you're like me, you're dumb. Okay? Here's the deal. You got to do maintenance on your air conditioners. You've got to have them cleaned out. You have to have them checked for leaks, for Freon. You have to have them see what the motor is doing upstairs. You got to do all of these things. If you don't, you're going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on air conditioners. I had to buy mine. Air conditioners are expensive. That is, but I got a great deal at Air Team. You know, that's just part of the deal because I did not do the work that I needed to do beforehand. Do the work now. Call Air Team and have them come out and check out your air conditioners. AirTeamLTD.com. If you haven't done this in a year or more, you need them at your house today. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-956-8326. All right, this is our last segment before News of the Weird. What did we miss today, Del? What do you got on your little show that we haven't talked about here?
It's insulting, considering we're all just trying to pull together to get good radio back on the air. You just insulted the show. Well, we're going to start next show by thanking one Sean Mapes. He was part of the team that got us back on the air. So we'll talk to Sean about
we could have slept
here.
in today if it wasn't for him.
Well,
but okay.
Well, or maybe we could just do our jobs. That might help.
Yeah.
That might help the people who are out there dealing with things. We'll talk about the smoke Devontae Adams has for the Chargers. At least it's the Chargers social media team. He went on your favorite show, Lance, the Kay Adams show, to discuss his issues.
Show.
Yeah,
it's not my show.
One of your favorite shows to discuss his issues.
He's not doing work for the NFL Network. He's a company man.
I'm a company man.
Oh, okay. If what's one of the women's names that works for the NFL Network now?
Jamie Iredall?
No, one of the hosts.
Colleen Wolfe?
Jamie Iredall, not Janine, whatever you just
Jamie
said.
Iredall.
I said Jamie Iredall.
Oh, Jamie Iredall. Yeah. And she had a show. Devontae Adams could have talked about
on that, yeah.
his smoke for the
But
Chargers.
she
What
doesn't
did
have
he
a show.
say? What did he say?
Well, it'll be on my show. John asked, so you can wait.
Oh, so how about this?
Also, Arch Manning. You know Arch Manning, the young man who said he didn't want to be part of that college football game because he wanted to focus on school?
Yeah.
Well, a commercial premiered with him and his uncle Eli announcing that Arch is going to be in the game. So
a commercial?
Like an ad, yeah. At least a Twitter ad, social media ad. So Arch is going to be in the game. I'm sure EA was like, you know what, Arch? How much is it going to take? And Arch like, it'll take that much. So now Arch is going to be in the game.
He better be good. Arch better be a really, really good player for all this fuss that's been made about him for the last 4 years total, dating back to high school. I mean, he better really be good. I suspect his last name is Manning. I mean, we all know that's where the initial hype came from, but doesn't mean he can't be good. But he better be good with all this fuss.
Why are you hating on that man maximizing his earning potential?
I don't mind that, but all the fuss we make over Arch Manning, the game can't survive without Texas backup quarterback.
Everyone was going to be fine without him, but we're going to be fine. But Arch was like, I'm not
throwing power 71.
Well, I would say that, but it'll be higher than that. But he maximized. He waited.
Why are you hating on that kid?
He's a hater.
Because
we know that.
he's like, just do what your teammates are doing. Just get in. Why are you trying to? You could have all the NIL you want. Don't try to hold yourself higher than all your teammates and everyone else in the game. I'm not going to do it because I'm above it. Okay, that's fine. I'm in.
This might be the most he ever makes in his life. So let that man make what he can make.
He's not even taking NIL deals.
He's taking this one.
Taking that?
Yeah, but this one has a limited. We'll see.
Well, this is exactly what it's for. Name, image, likeness.
I know it truly
but
is.
He's not getting the basic 600. He's one of their branded athletes, so he's going to get
players are going to get.
More.
He's going to get well over $1 million a year from Texas.
Yeah,
probably already was, but he's definitely going to get well.
That's what he should.
The number is going to be like what? Well, that's what I'm saying. Can he play?
Well, I don't care. He should get what he could get because he's that highly rated.
But can he get what? Can he play though?
Who cares? Get that money.
I just don't know.
There's a lot of could Jose Abreu play?
Listen,
what?
I just don't know.
It's okay for him to kill like
I don't know if
58
Bronny
and a half?
Manning. I don't know if Bronny Manning can actually play though.
Bronny Manning.
Well, what? He's got the hookup because of the family name.
I mean,
it's
Texas,
no different than Bronny.
Well,
It's just Bronny Manning. We don't know.
No.
We don't know.
He had a better career going into college.
What?
Than Bronny.
I mean, he played against little
He
fellas.
played against nobody at Newman. Have you seen his competition?
Yeah.
Bunch of nobodies. He's Bronny Manning. It's the same thing.
Future hedge fund managers he was playing against.
Yes. Now, he played against some future successful kids.
Yes, they not
their parents have
just not in sports.
Yeah.
Like I saw one highlight where he's just like pushing some
embarrassing.
little boy around. Get off of me!
It's like he's knocking snacks down.
I know.
I'm like, oh my God, because I'd heard so much about him and I watched him and his arm talent didn't look great, and then I saw who he's playing against. I'm like, this is worse than who Chris Sims played against in New Jersey. And that was bad.
Yeah, this is
watching Chris Sims highlight videos where they're playing around a chain link fence and some little kid.
Well, I will
who
say,
just
watching
had his bar mitzvahs getting schooled on a go route by some other.
Watching Arch in the spring game, I was not impressed. He took a long time to make decisions.
This year?
Yeah.
They said he was good this year, too.
He had a lot of yards.
Last year's, it was awful.
No, this year's, he still took a long time to make
Oh, I
decisions.
thought he had this
Well, he
great
had a
game.
big day.
That's how I got
He did. He
characterized.
had a lot of yards, but he had guys running free.
Yeah, the Texas DBs decided not today. We weren't interested in
I
covering
thought
anyone
there was
today.
DBU.
Well, it wasn't that day.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be the case during the year, but at least that day they decided covering wasn't something they were interested in.
No,
This is
they
when
weren't.
Arch was on the field.
No, they weren't. And our Arch was go watch that film of his spring game. It was like, man, throw the ball, dude. Throw it. Anyway, what else? Anything? Did we miss anything else?
I'm trying to think. What would this show talk about? Because you always put me in a position like I'm keeping stuff from you. It's just,
Did CJ
they're
go
just
out
stuff
with
you
any
wouldn't talk about? I don't.
girls with
I didn't
big
s-
booties or
I didn't
anything?
see any Amber Rose
No.
types around.
No. No, we did miss out on the fact that Joe Burrow's hanging out at the all-white party.
When you-
Michael
Yeah.
Rubin's all-white
Yeah.
party.
And you texted the group chat something
Yeah,
inflammatory.
that was.
inflammatory. What you texted the group
Well,
chat
I just
about.
said
bro.
our quarterback is out there doing what? It's not true that our quarterback is out there doing
Teaching Asian kids how to play
teaching
football?
Asian kids
Would
how to
you
play
like
football.
me to read how you phrased it, or do you want to do it
What did I
yourself?
say?
About Joe Burrow? About what he's doing and his back?
Yeah, what is open back?
Yeah, you can read it. I just
Okay.
He doesn't have a. Go ahead, read it.
Lance.
I just said this.
I
You want me to
don't-
say it? He had he's got.
So let's start
Okay,
from the top.
go
Let's
ahead.
start from the top. On Sunday, we have Joe Burrow at the white party. And there's a picture that Lance put in the group chat with Odell
There's
Beckham,
Livy Dunn, Odell Beckham, Jamar Chase,
and Jamar Chase.
All
And my
Tigers.
quarterback is talking football and holding youth camps across the world. Your quarterback is partying and going to fashion events with his back blown out.
Yeah, he got his back blown out at that fashion
That's
event.
not what you think it means.
No.
See, he didn't have
You're
any
making
shirt.
inferences about his back being blown out.
When you don't have the back of your jacket.
That's not what that means.
Okay, so at the fashion event when he was
It's a
with
cutout.
Justin
He had his
Jefferson,
back cut
he
out.
had no shirt.
That's cut
and
out.
and they call that having your back blown
No,
out whenever
it is-
you don't have
it
those
is-
clothes.
It is not what it's called.
That is not what
That's
it is.
called. He had a back piece. The back piece cut out. It's not.
It got blown out.
Nope, not what it's called. You know what you're saying.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Lance says, Lance, you started it. John was complimenting Joe for being with good-looking women. I
Yeah.
cleaned it up a little bit. He goes, yours is with Amber Rose. John says, mine wins.
And then I had a picture of Amber Rose, and she
you-
didn't look like John's description at
you,
all.
And you wrote PHAT. Well, actually, you wrote FAT, but sarcastically.
Yeah. And I took a picture, and I sent you a picture, and then you had to be quiet because you had nothing to say after
And
that.
then you responded with CJ saving himself for marriage, which is why he's favored by God.
Right?
Joe Burrow's been smited for his sins.
That's why his sinning is getting him injuries.
Get his back blown out.
Yeah, he got his back blown out,
That's
and he
not-
has a bunch of injuries.
And we're gonna stop it there. That is not what it means. I think you know that.
I don't know it.
Yeah, ask Bucky Brooks what you think that means. See
Yeah.
what he says. Ask one of your buddies at NFL Network.
Should I say it on a podcast?
Can you
Did you
say
guys
this
see,
stuff at
Did you guys see
Filth
it?
and Florent on the NFL Network?
Should I say? Did you guys see the video? I'll be on Move the Sticks. Did you see the
Of Joe
pictures of Joe Burrow's
Getting his
Joe
back
Burrow
blown
at this fashion event with his back blown out? I'll just say that to Bucky. See how quickly he responds. Because I can see the video. We watch each other while we do it.
No, Joe Burrow simply had a cutout of a jacket or a shirt or something. I'm just trying.
The phrasing, I didn't
Yeah,
understand. the
you
phrasing.
got to work on your phrasing.
Yeah, right.
So
That was awful.
Joe's just into fashion. That's all.
All right, breaking it here. News of the Weird coming your way next. Finishing up our first show in a week. Finishing up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, let's talk John Daspit.
Let's talk about John Daspit and how he can help you. He is a personal injury lawyer who is the very best at what he does. There's not going to be anyone better than John Daspit. He's the biggest here in Houston, but he's also the best at getting very favorable recovery for you when you've been injured in an accident. And it is a recovery because there is going to be medical bills. There's going to be time missed from work in many cases, surgery at times, physical therapy on many, many occasions. And who are you going to call? I had a friend of mine who he gave me a shout because there had been an accident at a bar And when I say accident, somebody was a little bit aggressive. And so I said, John Daspit, man, that's the guy. You got all these injuries and you had to go to the hospital. And listen, John Daspit's the guy that you call. 713 call now. That 713 call now. They're bilingual in the office, so they can handle speaking with anybody and everybody that calls in. So if you have a friend, a family member, a workmate that has been injured on the job or out on the roadway, in the water, wherever, due to someone else's negligence, it's going to be John Daspit, DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. Sorry at 97.9 that the HD2 channel is not up to snuff. We're going to get that fixed. We're going to get the stream, everything. We're going to get everything. We're going to get the phones fixed, but we're on the air after a rough few days here at our studios.
Yeah, so here's the breakdown. If you're listening and you're trying to find the best way, whether you're at home or driving around, 97.5 terrestrially, your best way. The stream is up, the Twitch is up, the YouTube is up. So those are, if you use those, you should be good to go. Obviously, as John mentioned, the other ones we're still working on. But for the most part, we're getting there. And when the phones come up, obviously, we'll let you know as well.
Yeah, so we will get that job done. Apparently, there is a large, faraway planet that smells like rotten eggs. Apparently, it has scorching temperatures, precipitation akin to raining glass, and it's got hydrogen sulfide, which also exists on Jupiter, makes up its atmosphere. The gas is also emitted during farts. So this is what, do you want to move to this planet that smells like rotten eggs and farts?
No, because my grandma has a cattle, well, she's passed away, but they had a cattle ranch. They had a feedlot, and that's all it smells like. We go to visit Grandma and Grandpa Stevens, and you just smell cow crap, cow manure the whole time.
Oh yeah.
That's all you smell. You just got used to it, but it doesn't mean you like it.
No. Well, but cow farts are actually being taxed in other countries right now because of the emissions.
Yeah, I don't
That
want.
they're no, I don't want that either.
I just don't want to smell that all the time. I've got one for you, John.
Uh-huh.
This is a pretty good one. An evangelical pastor attacked his wife on Alaska Airlines because she was upgraded and he wasn't. The 75-year-old pastor, Roger Allen Holmberg Sr., flipped his wife the bird on board the aircraft and assaulted her upon discovering she had mileage plan elite status. Listen to this. Her husband died. She's 59, and she married him, probably, in the church. And they've been together for like a year. They were traveling through Seattle to Anchorage, and on the second flight segment, she was upgraded. Shortly into the flight, he comes up to first class and demands, "How the hell did you get that upgrade?" She replies, "I'm an MVP Gold Point member." He said, "Don't speak to me like that." He returned to first class later on, having written out a message for her to read on his phone. So basically, he did this. He did phone messages on notes. He hands it to her and gave her the finger.
And here is the message. We've got audio somehow. It's been transcribed and then audio's been put to it.
Okay, and there it is. And then on his third visit up front, he kept going back up there. He tried to swing his arms toward her. The seatmate blocked him from hitting her, but he still appeared to strike the top of the victim's heads with his knuckles. His wife said that she had roughed her up in the past. She says he had broken her finger. It was all bandaged up. She said he grabbed she grabbed his leg aggressively, which caused her finger to break. He didn't break it. She broke her own by grabbing his leg too hard, and that she's grabbed him in the genitals before and squeezed and made it very painful. That they've had some physical.
Preacher?
Yes.
Okay.
75. Finally, a police officer was on board and said, "I'm going to have to arrest you if you keep coming up here and harassing her." The FBI agent, she ended up pressing charges against him. The FBI agent.
That's a fine marriage.
A 75-year-old, they've been married for 1 year, and he's so pissed because she got upgraded.
Okay.
When I got upgraded, my wife didn't come up there and yell at me and shoot me the finger.
No.
And if she would, I wouldn't have cared.
No, you didn't care, but you also paid the price for years to come.
No, I will, yeah.
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 I mean, this happened a while ago now.
They upgraded me, but it was
And she
also a
still
flight
reminds you of
overseas.
this.
Like, I wouldn't have taken it except flying to Amsterdam. Like, what do you expect me to sit in a regular seat if they upgrade me? All the hard work that I put in.
You're a bad person.
All the hard work. They upgraded me. What do you want me to
bad
do?
person.
I brought her.
A
I
new
tried to bring her
state
some of my
line
eggs.
sign says this: "Welcome to the free state of Florida, the Sunshine State." Is Florida the free state in America? And by the way, it says under it, Governor Ron DeSantis, who probably said, "You know what? We're the free state now." Do you feel like Florida is the free state in America?
I guess they're pretty free. I mean, it's dangerous.
Yeah, well, they're free of doing what all the other states are doing. Well, they are pretty free
I
of.
guess it all depends on.
Well, it can be considered anarchy in a way.
I think it all depends on who gets the freedom. I mean, some people are getting plenty of freedom. Others are like, "Hey, I don't feel so free here."
Well, everybody's free in Florida, Del.
Well.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
I think Mr. DeSantis certainly wants some people to be free.
Well,
Be
who
glad
are you
that you are
referencing there,
free.
Del?
I would say.
Be a man who's not.
See, I don't live in Florida, but the impression I get is, hey, if you are a voter for DeSantis,
We're not that inclusive here.
and you think a certain way, I want you to be free. If you think a different way than I think, your freedom, I'm not that interested in it. That's
You're
all.
free to leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's free to leave.
You're free to leave.
Everybody's free to leave.
Exactly.
How about this? In England, apparently ITV, what does ITV stand for?
I don't know what the I stands for.
I don't know what the I stands for, but it is a network in England. They have a new comedy show. It's about young police recruits. The name of it?
Uh-huh.
Piglets.
No.
Yes.
It's called Piglets?
Piglets. It's a new show.
Oh, I'm watching that
And the
show.
Police Federation says
Is it like Boondocks
are
or whatever?
disgusted by
That show, The Boondocks, is that the name of it? I never watched it, but I've seen some of the. I can't believe some of the things that were on there. It's crazy.
Is Piglets an animated show or a
No,
live action?
it follows 6 young would-be cop recruits.
Well, I'm watching. I got to find out how Piglets it's going to work out for everybody.
Yeah, the cops aren't too happy about it. They're like, this is disgusting, that name. Taco Bell
Piglets
opening
is a
a
cute
retirement community in California. Do you guys want to retire?
Can you tell us a little bit more about this in your story? I'm interested.
Taco Bell wants to take care of you. Say hello to the cantinas. Everyone can live like a retiree. Luxurious experience offers senior-inspired recreation and cross-generational activities such as early morning tea times, afternoon aerobics, pickleball marches, and it's brought to you by Taco Bell.
I need to know what it's.
It's reserved for Taco Bell Rewards members who can choose between 2 options, weekend membership or full-time membership.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard of.
Taco Bell
Bell reward membership includes a potential retirement community.
Retirement community.
That is insane to me.
How much do you eat at Taco Bell? Do you eat at Taco Bell enough to get?
No, I don't.
To be in their retirement community? Do you want to eat more at Taco Bell now?
Depends on the community and what.
If you eat enough, you won't end up there
I don't
anyway.
want any part of it. You know what? I'm just going to keep my gut.
You know what?
And my gastric system.
How about this? I
don't
Taco
Bell.
know that I want to be in a community with rewards members.
I've literally eaten at Taco Bell once in my life.
Oh, I haven't eaten there for years, but back in the day now.
You used to?
Oh, yeah.
The only time I did was because it was the only actual affordable team in the Bahamas.
When I was at school in New Orleans, cheap, man. You go to Taco Bell all the time.
Yeah. And it was still ridiculously expensive in the Bahamas.
What, Taco Bell?
Yeah. Yeah. And that was the cheapest thing we could find to eat. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.
Let's give that show a little credit. Half of that show helped the station get back on the air.
Helped us get on.
No, Sean Mapes is a hero.
And made us get to work early.
And I was a hero because I came up here.
Tip your cap like Sean's doing.
And I came up here and made sure everything was running okay when the power came on.
You mean you sat here?
No, you sat here in the air conditioning because you didn't want to sit at home with no air conditioning.
Well,
That's different.
You didn't make sure anything ran.
Mapes actually got us on the air.
I went in here and I was looking at and I was like, oh, TVs are working.
So you stayed.
Yeah, I stayed and watched the Euros, TV. But I wanted to make sure if AD called me and told me to push a button or do anything, I would have been here to do it.
Sean, thank you for your service. You and Joe George.
How about a little credit for me, too? And
got
Lance.
us on the air.
Me and Sean and Joe.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah.
You did nothing.
I texted and saying, we're all chained up.
Well,
we're done.
That.
Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. We've been gone for quite a while. The station as a whole, this show as well. So if you're out there listening and you have the opportunity to, because whether you're in your car or thankfully you have power, we welcome you back and we thank you for tuning in. It's been a long time. Sometimes you think, do I remember how to speak into a microphone? The answer is yes. Yes, I do. I know it's been a long time because even Sean forgot his headphones. He's wearing our travel headphones. That's how long it's been. Other things have been on people's mind.
Yes. This was not one of the things I packed when I stayed the night at my aunt and uncle's house. So
yes,
I didn't bring my real headphones.
And
professional grade ones that
I've seen them. Certainly professional grade. I welcomed Sean into the show early because we need to thank Sean. Sean, along with Joe, yesterday came up here, put their whatever they might have been going through on hold to make sure we are capable of doing what we're doing today. So I want to thank Sean Mapes and Joe George for that. If you're wondering why we're here on a Wednesday, it's because of them. The station was in dire straits. Look, we much like you guys were. Some people had power early, some people didn't. The station at one point had chains around the doors to keep people out, mostly because the electronic locks no longer work when there's no power. So the station had to, not the station, but the building had to shut it down. And we had to talk to the building about getting back in. Of course, when the power came back, security was no longer that big of a concern. So now we're back. We know the stream is up. We know YouTube and Twitch are up. The phones are not currently working. And 97.5 is your one avenue if you are driving around and you like to listen through your regular car radio to listen. So as things come back, we'll let you know. But that's where we stand. And once again, thank you for that. And thank you to Sean and Joe. So as I think about the last time we spoke, what's happened since? We thought we would be gone for, 4 total days with 2 work days. And we thought once we got back, the Astros would be within what? I think I said 2 games. Did you say 2? Or did I say 1? I don't remember. It's been so long.
I think we said the lead would be less than it was on Thursday.
We left
or
on Wednesday.
And that was 3. And we both said less.
So it is less. Now in between they did lose a series to the Twins. Shout out to Josh Hader for his walk-off giving up to the former Astro, Vasquez. It's always great. It's always a good feeling when a light-hitting catcher that's no longer on your team does something like that. Thankfully, it wasn't Maldonado because that would have started some version of Astros World War III if Maldonado had come up with a big hit to win a game for the White Sox. But Vasquez did that, so the Astros lose that series. We had a Hunter Brown performance where I wouldn't say he reverted back to being Hunter Brown, but the Hunter Brown we had seen for the previous month and a half disappeared. It was a tough one for him. Major League Baseball was like, you know what? We understand how good you were, but we're not going to give you Pitcher of the Month. That's not something you deserve, apparently. So Hunter Brown doesn't do that. What other things happen? Ronel Blanco doesn't make the All-Star team, and a blow to this show, at least to me. It's a blow to me that didn't happen. Now, he wasn't particularly great in the start. Now, he started yesterday. He was fine yesterday. He wasn't particularly great in his start in between the time we were last year. But, it's still, that's he should be an All-Star. It's a good story. A guy of his age having this type of performance, keeping his team afloat as the injuries in the pitching staff continue to grow. And we'll talk about, I guess now is the time we would talk. We said on this show before, we're not going to talk about the certain individual because he's never around. I guess this is news enough to talk about, so we'll get to that a little bit later. I'm trying to think of what else. We had
9,000 Astros got hit by pitches in the Twins series.
The Twins were like, excuse me, would you like to get hit by a pitch? Oh, no? Sorry, I've already done it.
Too bad.
Too bad. Oh, I was only I don't like begging I don't like begging for forgiveness, so I'm going to ask for permission. And since you're not giving it to me anyway, I'm going to hit you. So that's kind of what happened. Carlos Correa did get plunked as well. A lot of Astros fans were like, not him. We wanted you to hit a Twin, but not that guy. Someone else besides that Carlos Correa.
That's the Twin we like.
Yeah, that's actually one we wanted to avoid. We wanted to avoid having to hit. So it wasn't like plunk wars, but a lot of Astros got hit in that series. They did come home. They beat the Marlins yesterday. Alex Bregman with the big hit. And Hader had a clean inning, a nice bounce back after the home run given up. So they're still 2 games back. They have the Marlins in town. That's a bad baseball team. You should handle them. Should,
operative word. They should handle the Marlins, and we'll see where they stand as the All-Star break approaches. So we've got Ronel Blanco didn't make the team. I didn't think Taylor Scott was going to make the All-Star game. He just doesn't pitch in a spot that would lead to people elevating to that. But he's been really, really good. It's just he just is going to fall below the line of guys that are going to get that spot if you're a reliever. So he doesn't make it. Blanco doesn't make it. The Astros have Tucker, Altuve, and the other one is Alvarez, right? Am I forgetting the other one? Is that the three? Alvarez, Altuve, and Tucker?
Yes.
Okay. Tucker isn't going to play in the game, so the Astros at most will have 2 representatives if Altuve even shows up to that one. So, and Jordan's a little banged up too. So you might have a number of Astros. Yeah, might have a number of Astros who don't even show up to the game. And Blanco probably well he wasn't going to pitch. I think he's scheduled for Sunday, so he wasn't going to pitch during the game. But just showing up, have your name called, that would have been cool for a guy who's had a good season. But it didn't happen. Major League Baseball's out to get us. That's where I'm going to stand. They're out to get the Astros. But it's been a weird week. The one thing I will take away from dealing with Barrel is you kind of forget that the world goes on no matter what's happening in your region. Like when there are times where I could actually find a spot for cell service because for whatever reason the home I'm in doesn't provide great service when the Wi-Fi's down. Verizon was not coming through in the clutch. So to stay cool when the power was out, I would drive around. And part of that was to get updates on what's happening at the station. Joe's keeping us up to date. You get an email here or there or a text about what the deal is. And you realize everyone who isn't in this region going about their daily lives, living life. And you forget, wait a minute, how come you're not pausing things? I ain't got power. I know that's the dividing line. A lot of people here don't have power. Center Point is, I guess, doing what they can. I don't want to rip the actual workers. Now, the institution itself, we can take shots at, but the people trying to get us back to normal, I'm not going to go after. But everyone else is like, you know what? Dak Prescott's in a boot. I don't care about Dak Prescott being in a boot, but it's a story for people. It's a story. Rory having an issue. Messi, Ronaldo, all those things. Everyone's life is going on, and I'm like, you know what? You should have some sympathy and stop your lives while bad things or unfortunate things are happening to me, but that's just not how it works.
I don't want to see a single highlight from Cooper Flagg in that Team USA practice until I have air conditioning.
This is what I'm saying. Why are we celebrating what he did in that fourth quarter of that scrimmage when I have to drive around in my car to even see it? Because I don't have cell service or electricity for Wi-Fi in my home. But you know what? Life goes on, and we will move on here as well as we inch back to normal. It was very eerie at points. You're driving around, and just places you always expect it to be, even just the lights, because a lot of places, even when they're closed, they'll leave their lights on, just pitch black. But that moment when I was out driving around. I think it wasn't last night. It was Monday night because the power was out. Get in my car, just drive around, stay safe, but still, listen to music, whatever. And you get in that moment when you start to see, as you get closer and closer to your neighborhood, the lights are on. And then, okay, that's the street light. That doesn't mean the neighborhood's on. And then you turn almost into your neighborhood and you see another light's on. You go, okay, that could be the generator. You don't know. That could be someone's generator. I'm not sure. And then you see, oh, wait a minute. Hey, not all these houses can have generators. And then that feeling of relief. I was like, you know what? We're good. And then the power went off an hour later. So it's just kind of how it is. I've seen people tweet about how they got power for seconds, and you think, all right, everything's cool, and then it's turned right back off. It's been a rough one for everyone. So I would want to welcome you in by telling you to call in just to make sure everyone's doing okay. But we can't do that right now. Our phones are down. If you want to tweet us, you can at Delv2 at Sean A. Mapes. As you can tweet at us. Obviously, watch us on the stream on YouTube and certainly on Twitch as well. Those are the ways you can hear us, and the app is working. I think certainly the website ESPN975.com, that's working if you listen to us that way. So we are available to hear There are options. We just don't have the ability to talk to you directly over the phone, but surely you can tweet at us if you want. When we come back, we'll continue to talk some Astros, give you some numbers since we've last spoken. There are some other things to get to, like one, Arch Manning has made a decision. Really, he's going back on a previous decision, but it's big news. If you love virtual Arch Manning specifically, you're going to love this decision. We're going to hear from Devontae Adams. He has smoke for the Chargers, particularly their social media team. He wasn't appreciative of some of the things they did announcing their schedule. So we'll get to that as well. And one, Mike Gundy. We talked about Ollie Gordon last week because he was one of the players you first saw in EA College Football 25 as far as on-field, the gameplay. And he got hit with a suspension. Not a suspension. He got hit with the DUI and passed the legal limit. And now we find out the punishment. Mike Gundy was at Big 12 Media Days. He spoke. He said some very Mike Gundy-like things. It's a man who's very comfortable in his position. Who's at, you know what? I know DUIs are serious, but hey, I got to get these jokes off. So we'll hear from Mike Gundy at some point today because he had some interesting things to say about his star running back, and he pretty much said the quiet part loud. Like, this guy playing is good for business, so we're going to play him. So we'll talk about that as well. We're just getting started on the show. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We'll get into some news regarding the Olympic team, not just Cooper Flagg dominating them in a fourth quarter, in which the select team still lost, but he was good. The presumptive number 1 overall pick in next year's draft. Some Astro stuff, some injury updates, and some numbers regarding Josh Hader. So, Jake Bloss is on track to start Thursday. Certainly helps. We remember Jake Bloss, or do we? Jake Bloss was there for just a while. He had to leave because of an arm issue, but he appears to be back. He'll be able to go. That'll help the Astros pitching staff, who is struggling with injury concerns. One guy who maybe we should just pack it up for him this year, maybe pack it up for him ever being a real contributor to the Astros, if we're being, or at least going down the dark timeline, is Lance McCullers. After a throwing session, he had to be shut down. Didn't respond well to it, so now they shut down Lance McCullers once again. I'm not going to get into, he's got other things to do. I'm sure the guy wants to pitch, just not what his body wants him to do. So Lance McCullers, don't expect him back. The Astros haven't said that. There's no need to say that, but we're in July, and the man got shut down after a session. Why would we expect him to be a contributor this year, or even be someone who's active this year? So I wouldn't think much of Lance McCullers returning. It just seems like it's not in the cards this year. What his future is, we've got an entire offseason, winter and spring to have that discussion, or at least have the Astros have that discussion with him. But as far as this year, maybe we pack up any hopes of Lance McCullers returning, if you had any. Justin Verlander is a guy who's also on the mend. He isn't in the same dire straits that Lance McCullers is. He's a guy, when asked about how they found out about the neck injury, what's his status, said, hey, talk to the trainers. They're the ones who kind of figure all these things out. I'm just trying to work my way back. So it's not exactly a clear timeline for his return, but he is one who I wouldn't even say expect anymore. There's a hope. There is more hope than there is with McCullers. I just don't know when Justin Verlander will make a return. I'm not sure the Astros do. So that is kind of a rundown. Oh yeah, there's Luis Garcia, who's pitching in Double-A and didn't fare well. So the three big names. I don't know how many people were even considering Jake Bloss coming back, but the other guys who we thought might have a chance, who we recognize, who we know have contributed to a lot of successful baseball here. We've got varying degrees of bad. McCullers, forget about it. Verlander, at some point probably, and Luis Garcia, the closest, fared poorly. But we know they're just working on things, right? They're just working on things. He's just working on things, trying to get himself back on track. So that's kind of your update as far as the pitching staff is concerned. Not Jake, but might as well call him Jake Myers, because at least Jake Myers plays right now. But Kyle Tucker is one who is getting better. Don't expect him back before the All-Star break, but there may be some hope that we see him after the All-Star break. So that's kind of a rundown of where we are with the Astros as they try to get back to health. A guy who is healthy but has struggled is one Josh Hader. We talked about him giving up the home run to Vasquez over the weekend. He's now given up 8 home runs in 39 appearances this year. He allowed 3 home runs in 69 appearances last season. So not ideal. Not ideal for your biggest acquisition of the offseason to be someone who has not lived up to his potential at all. There are moments when Josh Hader looks great. He was fine yesterday. Had no problems. It wasn't the Marlins, but it was Vasquez. So I'm not sure there's a difference between trying to get the Marlins out and trying to get Vasquez out. But it was comforting to see that he didn't struggle. He was able to get through that inning. And the Astros came away with the 4-3 when they needed it. I mean, they would have lost ground to the Mariners because the Mariners were busy handling the Padres in San Diego. But Hader gets his save, does walk a guy, gives up no hits. But 8 home runs in 39 appearances. Hader's like, I told you, only pitch me 1 inning at a time. I told you. And only pitch me and save opportunities, I guess. I don't know. He has just not been the guy. There have been spurts. You know, the stats came out. I think it was maybe well before we left, or maybe a week before we went on hiatus, that the Astros bullpen was coming into form. Hader had been good for the most part. Presley certainly had turned it around, but then you have the moment that you had from Hader where you're like, oof, I know it's a tie ball game, but hey, get us through the 9th inning. Maybe we have you pitch the 10th. Maybe we don't. But this isn't exactly a part of the lineup where you should be losing us the ball game. Didn't stop him from doing it though. So home runs are his thing. He gave up a home run on July 1st against Toronto too. So it's just a thing I guess we're gonna have to expect. Much like the early home run that Verlander will give up. The problem is there's not a lot of time to come back from it when Hader's doing it. And certainly there was no time in a tie ball game against the Twins. So you lose that one, you bounce back. You're still 2 games back of the Mariners. Some news that broke in the last hour or so that Sean and I were having fun with during the break is that Kawhi Leonard has opted out, or at least he has been forced out through injury. He will not be part of the Olympic team. So the man who wasn't available for the Clippers throughout the year for the most part, then when he came back for the playoffs, and I say for the most part, I mean, if we're going by the numbers, he was there for the most part. But Kawhi's going to miss time. That's just part of the deal. And then he tried to play in the playoffs and couldn't. And even when he was available for a couple games, he was bad. He won't play in the Olympics. So Sean has posed an interesting question, or at least someone has posed it, and Sean brought it to my attention. Did Kawhi Leonard simply want a free trip to Vegas? He knew he wasn't capable of playing, but he wanted to be out there with the guys. Say he wanted to, do the photo shoot. He wanted to put on that jersey, take the photos, knowing full well he was not going to be able to play. Is there a possibility he just wanted to be in a team photo? I think so.
The photo will live on.
Yes. We will remember when that photo is posted now. The photo of them standing on the podium if they win the gold medal will certainly take precedent. But the team photo of the Olympic team all together, all those stars together, will be a thing. It'll go down in history for the most part. I'm not going to be looking it up at any point, but it will be out there for people.
It's definitely going to be a thing the next Olympics when they're like, this is who we're sending interplayer here.
Sure.
This was the squad last year, and it's LeBron, it's Steph Curry.
All these legends who may not be around by the time the next team rolls around.
And Kawhi Leonard's in there.
Yeah, we're going to barely remember he wasn't playing.
No, but he's in the picture.
But he's in the picture. So Kawhi Leonard won't be around. I think there's there's a real chance he knew, but he wanted to get that photo. He wanted to be in the jersey. Say I was there. I'm an Olympian. Much like if you're a player who won't be playing in the All-Star game, you want to be there at the All-Star game.
Or is it like a player who's on a championship team but doesn't play? Does he still get a gold medal? Does he still get a ring? Even though
does Kawhi still get a ring? We know in the NBA if you I guess the teammates will vote on it, but if you're on the roster and you get traded like before the deadline and then the team goes on and win a title, they still will sometimes give you a ring if they liked you.
If you get called up from the minors for 3 days and then you get called back down, there's a chance you get a ring.
You may not get a full share, but you could obviously the playoffs, but you could get a ring.
Yeah.
Does Kawhi get a gold medal? I'm more upset about this because that means Derek White's going to be on the team.
He's the leading candidate
according to Shams.
And I'm reading the Shams article. Well, I'm scrolling through it. Derek White's the only name that gets mentioned that isn't Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, it feels like Derek White's going to be on the team.
There's no other candidates based off this.
And that is mostly why I have a problem with Kawhi even showing up. Because if he doesn't show up, if he tells them I'm not going to be healthy enough, then maybe they make a choice of a different player not named Derek White. I don't know who it would be, but Derek White's a really good player, guard. But Kawhi's a wing. Who could have been a wing out there that Kawhi's place he took? Who could have been a guy that Kawhi stole a place from? I'm trying to think.
Jabari Smith.
Okay, sure. He's classified as a wing, so sure. Maybe Paul George.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Paul George would have been on the Olympic team, and
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy wouldn't have gone just because he's Jimmy. Even if Jimmy's probably thankful.
There's a concert he wants to go to.
Or a tennis match. Sure. Hey, I'm going to be at Wimbledon. Leave me alone. I don't want to be at the Olympics. Although it's not. Yeah, it's not that bad of a trip from I guess London and Wimbledon to Paris. But but he wouldn't want to be in training camp, so he would have missed some matches in Wimbledon. I think it's funny that I think maybe Paul George would have got the nod, considering all the issues with the Clippers and Paul George and Kawhi getting his deal. And Paul George talked about it, that I just want the same deal Kawhi got, and they didn't want to give it to me.
Yeah,
So now I'm in Philly.
DeMar DeRozan.
It's possible. I wonder if they would have gone younger. But yeah, if we're going sticking with the veterans, sure. DeMar DeRozan. You mentioned one, Jaylen Brown. He's on a heater right now. He was
Finals MVP. Can't even make the Olympic
conference Finals MVP. Finals MVP.
team. Yes.
Yeah. Certainly Jason Tatum's on the team, so he wouldn't have been a replacement. There's a clip of, we were talking about the game between the U.S. Select team that got close in the fourth quarter. Cooper Flagg had a really big fourth quarter for the Select team. There was a clip of Jason Tatum like passing the ball to someone, and there was someone saying, "Has Jason Tatum scored yet?" Like there's ambient sound of someone sitting in the stands saying, "Has Jason?" No, it wasn't like a joke from someone on Twitter. It was someone there.
Someone leaned over.
Yeah,
It
was too near to the mic. Has Tatum scored yet?
Jonathan Fagan, who apparently was there, leaned over and said. I saw he wrote an article about Amin Thompson and
Amin Thompson's there.
Jabari Smith.
And we'll talk about those two and how it relates to the Summer League team, because the rosters, by the way, that's another thing that came out since we've been gone. The Rockets Summer League team
Loaded.
is out.
So loaded.
And an MVP is returning. So we'll talk about that and why he's on the team. Why is he returning, and why are Jabari and Amin Thompson not on the team? Well, we know why Jabari's not on the team. He's older. But Amin Thompson was like, "Yeah, I got other things to do. I'm going to be playing against the best players in the world. You handle that Summer League stuff." We'll talk about that, who's on the roster, and when it begins when we come back. But first, I've been prompted to make an announcement, and this is more of a PSA. Luling City Barbecue in Richmond is giving away all their food today. Just go by and pick it up. They have no refrigeration, so it's got to go. All free. Go now. John Granado's letting me know. So if you're hungry, or maybe you're just one of those people who wants free food, maybe you see a finesse and you want to take advantage of it when you can, but really, I can't tell you how to live your life. I'm just saying.
Let the people without power have
yes,
first dibs.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to intimate, but I can't tell you what to do, but I would ask you to acknowledge.
Look out for your fellow man.
Yeah, maybe grab food for the neighborhood if they allow it. They may not let you grab that much food, but let someone know who I'm going. That's a neighbor who may not have power, whatever. I don't know. There are different scenarios for different people. But the point is, Luling City Barbecue in Richmond is giving away all their food. They don't have refrigeration, so they are hooking you up. They got to give it away. They don't want it to go bad, and they want to serve the community. So go out there and go eat for free. You can go now before it all runs out. And think of your fellow man / woman as well. And if you don't go by a gender, let me cover all bases. Whatever it might be. Think of the people in your lives or your neighbor before you decide, hey, I'm not that hungry, but I like barbecue. Just be mindful. That's all. But there is free food out there if you can go make it. We appreciate Lulings for that, for serving the city. That is a very, very nice gesture. We will talk about who's on the Rockets Summer League team. We will get into why their MVP is back. I'm not sure why this guy is back on the team, but he is. So we'll talk about that. And obviously, Reed Shepherd is there as well. So Rockets basketball when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We are back. The show itself and the station as well. After a week, you can hear us on 97.5. You can hear us on the stream when you get home if you have power. Certainly that is on the way. Hopefully it's on the way for you soon if you don't have it yet. You can also listen to us through YouTube TV. Not YouTube TV. I keep saying that because I have YouTube TV. You can listen to us and watch us on YouTube and certainly Twitch as well. So those are your options right now as we try to get back to full strength. And since we've been gone, I'm trying to go through the things that have happened since we've been gone. And since we don't have the phones yet, I'm going to leave Lazy J and his GOAT Ronaldo alone because what a crap tournament your GOAT had, Lazy J. Messi scored his first goal yesterday in Copa as his team makes another final. But woo, Ronaldo.
Something smells in here.
And it's Ronaldo's game. He was so bad. He looked terrible. And even the opportunities he got, he didn't make the most of them.
I mean, he sent one to the sun.
Yeah.
So.
Did you? Apparently, in major competitions, I don't know if the stat is real, but I guess it is. They charted all his direct free kicks and trying to score goals. He's like one out of 61 in major competitions. He's in, that includes the Euros and World Cup, and I think it's those specifically. They may even include all that Nation Leagues garbage that came around the last couple of years. We have it here; they have it in Europe too, but maybe they're just talking about the Euros and the World Cup. Woof! In international competition, 1 out of 61, something like that. That can't be my GOAT. Can't be mine. So the phone calls can't come in. I can trash Lazy J as much as I want, but it ain't fair if you can't respond. But still, woof, your GOAT. Woof, stinky. And that Portugal team was pretty good if they didn't have to build around Ronaldo. They could actually get someone who could, be productive and move. But they have to play that guy's ego. And it costs them. That's a talented team around him. But the GOATs out there, at least some people's GOATs, can't be mine, though. That guy was terrible. And Messi's like, yep, that's right. I'll score one goal. My team will make a final. And all I got to do is let you be you. And I'm going to win.
Yeah. But again, since Lazy J can't call in, we won't talk about Ronaldo.
No, not anymore until it strikes me.
We won't talk about him.
No, we can't. We won't talk about how bad he was, how much his ego cost his team. We won't mention that at all. Not at all. Okay, off Ronaldo for now, although it's very fun to make fun of one person in particular who's listening. A very narrow casting of the show what I'm doing right now. That's a very narrow approach. But we'll get to the Rockets. I mentioned that before we went to the break. The Rockets Summer League action will begin up here shortly. They'll be in Vegas. If you aren't aware, there's Summer League action going on in San Francisco, the California Classic, they call it. Several teams are there. The California teams, as you might imagine, there are a couple others. You got the Summer League in Utah going on right now as well. And then the big one is in Vegas where all the teams will show up. One of the teams will be the Rockets, and their Summer League roster is out. And obviously the headliner is Reed Sheppard. You'll get the first chance to see your rookie, the number 3 pick overall. AJ Griffin, the guy they traded for, will be there as well, who's trying to find his way. He's only 2 seasons into his NBA career, but his first year was pretty good. Second year, not great with the Hawks, so the Rockets made a trade for him, so we'll see him. The other guy we will see is the returning Summer League MVP, one Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore will be on the roster. I don't know how many games he'll play. Maybe he'll get the Jabari Smith treatment where if he shows out a couple games, the Rockets are like, okay, enough out of you. You're too good for this. But the other guy in this draft class we talked about, Amen Thompson's playing for the select team against the best players in the world, at least the American best players in the world. Joel Embiid, you're on that team. I'm not sure why you are, but I don't care. It's not an issue that he wants to play for the U.S. The issue is he tried to play for France too. At least he duped the French Federation into giving him a passport and making him a citizen. Maybe not even a passport, just making him a citizen. And then he's like, they fast forwarded the process because he said he expedited it because he said he was going to play for the team. And then he said, you know what? Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm good.
Ran from the grind.
Of course, he also could have played for Cameroon, which is where Pascal Siakam is playing. I think they've qualified too. But I think he said one of the reasons he didn't want to is because he didn't think they're going to qualify. So, then I can't play in the Olympics if I've aligned myself with Cameroon. So he went to France, got that man his citizenship, and was like, you know what? Actually, France, I'm good. I'm going to play for the U.S.
USA.
That rings hollow, much like Texas chanting SEC.
What?
It rings hollow. I mean,
I wonder, did he set off fireworks on the 4th of July? That's what I would do. If I was Joel Embiid.
He's very American. He's lived here for a long time now, obviously. His kids are Americans, understood. But people are taking issue.
He's catching heat.
He's catching it.
If I was him, because he has to know that he was going to catch heat. He's Joel Embiid. Like, you're going to catch heat after every playoff.
That's true.
There's really just a calendar of how much you catch heat, and it just spikes in May.
And now it's extended deeper into the summer because you're on the Olympic team.
And then by the start of the season, it's back to, wow, this guy's good. He should have seen it coming. And on 4th of July, he should have gone all out. He should have walked into Team USA camp dressed as Toby Keith or something. Just like gone full. No one's more American than him. Instead, he didn't. And now people are like, hey, what's this guy doing here?
Yeah, and Cameroon did not qualify. They lost to Latvia, which isn't that Porzingis' home country?
Yeah, that is. Without Porzingis because he's hurt.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, Porzingis is hurt. They did not qualify, so maybe Joel Embiid around. I'm sure Joel Embiid was playing for Cameroon. They would have beaten Latvia, but
I don't know. Was it the second round of qualifiers? Because
Oh, see, you think it applies to everything he does? The second round of shots, he passes out.
Yeah.
Anything that's second round involved, he can't get through it. I don't know, but the Cameroonians will not be in the Olympics probably for the most part because Joel Embiid didn't want to play for him. That's who you blame if you're blaming anyone. But he won't play for France, but he'll get booed by the French. I expect that to happen in the Olympics if the U.S. and France see each other. But he will play for the U.S. He'll start at center for them, and his team, that U.S. team, got tested by Allen Thompson and others, including Jabari Smith, who were part of the select team. But Cam Whitmore wasn't part of that select team. He will be part of the Rocket Select Summer League team as they head to Vegas. And you know what? Cam Whitmore didn't distinguish himself enough, I guess, to not be part of that team. But once you're the Summer League MVP, it feels like, particularly if you play enough games on the NBA roster, maybe you don't find joy onto that team.
Yeah, if you're the Summer League MVP and you actually go on to do stuff in the NBA, because I'm sure there's a lot of Summer League MVPs that's kind of the last we heard of them.
Sure.
Cam Whitmore not in that case, not in that situation, but yeah, he's back. Defend his crown of MVP.
If you're
try to go back to back. What if he goes back to back? I actually don't think he will because if he plays that well, they'll just be like, all right,
I don't think he will
no
play.
point.
I don't think he'll play enough games. At least the hope is that he won't play enough games that he will have a chance.
Yeah. I just hope he doesn't steal votes from Reed Shepherd or Mike Miles.
You don't want them to cannibalize themselves
I want Nate Williams to have a shot to win MVP.
I mean, it's the Summer League, so what would I like to see?
Fabian White Jr. lifting the trophy.
I would like to see any Rocket lifting a trophy in the near future, whether that be this July or 3 years from now.
Well, Orlando Robinson and Jermaine Samuels Jr. will make that happen.
Orlando Robinson, he was a guy who was pretty good in last Summer League with the Heat. They recently waived him.
Heat culture.
They recently waived him.
Rocket culture.
To stay below the second apron. So Orlando Robinson out there in the Rockets picked up. There is no Rockets culture. Not yet. Not yet. That didn't slip by me. I heard you. But Orlando Robinson's not a bad player. He was on the Heat roster throughout last season. It's just that they had signed, and they drafted a center, and they brought back Kevin Love, so he had to go. So I don't know if he could be your final big man on the roster. He has that type of ability. He's never going to be a guy who plays big minutes for a good NBA team, but he's a nice fill-in. So that's a guy to look at and see if he's as many big men as the Rockets may roster. He could be one that finds his way onto the team with an actual contract going forward. Now we know they have Steven Adams, Shingun, and Jacques, as I treat him like a Frenchman. Jacques,
Young Jock.
young, well, it's going down, right? Only so many people get the reference, but if you do, you fit this show pretty well. So that's Orlando Robinson's a guy to look at if you're looking for an auxiliary big man who may be the 15th guy, or certainly fill in if a guy gets hurt. He can play a little bit, so check him out if you're a Rocket fan trying to see who you don't know a lot about, who could be a guy who makes the roster.
One more guy that stuck out to me reading the graphic with the roster on it. Number 58, Vontarius Woolbright.
It's a great name.
That's all I got.
Yeah, the name is great.
I feel like we should have said his name out loud.
Yeah, he deserves it, or at least whoever named the mom or dad, or maybe a combination of both.
Vontarius Woolbright.
Appreciate that name. Hopefully he lives up to it. But, the star of the show, we hope, is Reed Shepherd. He will get an opportunity to go against some veterans of Summer League and also his rookie class as well.
The opening game for the Rockets? It's against the Lakers. Bronny James versus Reed Shepherd.
Will they put Bronny James? Well, he's supposed to be a point of attack defender. So Bronny James probably will check. Well, we have to see the starting lineup. Who else in the lineup beyond Reed Shepherd? Because Cam Whitmore will be out there.
Do you put Bronny on Cam? Shut him down. Or do you do like Bill Belichick did? Put your best defender on the second best option and then double the best option.
I would like to see, for takes purposes, Reed Shepherd versus Bronny James. Cam Whitmore if Cam Whitmore gets locked up by Bronny James, I don't think it's great. Reed Shepherd, if it happens, it's an interesting conversation to have. That's what I want to see. Reed versus Bronny, not because of the Lakers storyline and the national stuff, but let's see Reed Shepherd against another rookie who people don't think is very good. Let's not that Reed Shepherd isn't very good, just to say.
Yeah,
no,
another rookie.
A lot of people don't think Bronny should be there, or at least he shouldn't have been drafted. He could be on a Summer League roster, I guess, but some people might even question that. Reed Shepherd, top of the draft, against someone people don't think should even have been drafted, and let's see how he does. Now, it's not going to be all about how Reed Shepherd does against Bronny James, because a lot of factors play into, is he going to be a ball handler? Is he going to be the primary ball handler? Is he going to be off the ball? Well, let's see. Bottom of the draft against top of the draft, and we'll see how it goes.
First play, I'm calling ISO Reed Shepherd.
You think he'll get in his bag
and
drop Bronny?
Just cook him.
Okay.
And then I'll have Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green, who are courtside with sunglasses on, stand up and cook them.
Can they sit that much? Can they sit too close to each other, considering how much money they're not getting? Wouldn't it be just
they're in the 200 section?
Like a magnet just pushing each other apart? Two negatives just pushing each other apart?
It's like a couple years ago where Bronny James's dad and Russell Westbrook were both on the Lakers, but walked in the stadium at different times and didn't acknowledge each other.
Exactly.
They're sitting on the other sides of the.
I just think the magnetic force of those two losing out on $200 million this summer will just push them apart.
They haven't lost out on it.
This summer, I said.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it won't happen next summer, but it likely ain't happening this summer. And there's financial reasons behind it. The Rockets, can sign a big free agent into cap space and then give those guys deals. So functionally, it would make some sense to not get it done this year. Didn't stop the Pistons or the Raptors from doing it, and others.
What are the Raptors doing with their money?
Giving it to Scotty Barnes.
Giving it to Barnes, Quickly, and Barrett. Congrats, guys.
It's not a great triumvirate. I will grant you that.
Congrats. You're paying like $90 million a year
to finish in 10th place.
For those three guys.
Yeah, and to finish in 10th in a bad East, maybe you'll finish in 10th.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Cam Whitmore is better than all of them. So, how many Summer League MVPs have those guys won?
How many Summer Leagues did they have to participate in?
Probably a lot.
No, not a lot. I think 3 combined. Cam's already at 2. Hopefully he doesn't get the 3, or we got real problems. We're way late. Speaking of problems, we're late. We're way late for our break. Almost so late that I feel like I should read the spot that's there for the next segment, but we'll wait. We will come back. There's some damage to NRG. We know the roof rarely works, but now it might actually have to get fixed because damage hit the place where the Texans play, and the Texans also bringing back a veteran pass rusher. We'll talk about that when we get back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So if you've seen things on social media, keeping track, we know Barrow's done damage. It also has done damage to NRG. Giant panels are missing from the roof. Video shown. You can find it on different accounts. You'll see it. And it's, giant holes in the roof. Structurally, I imagine if they had to play a game there, they could. But that's going to have to get fixed. People are already talking about, well, Messi's coming to town for Inter Miami. I don't know why everyone thinks Messi's going to play in that game. There's no guarantee Messi plays in that game. He's going to come off a final in Hard Rock for Copa. It is in August, that matchup, but there's no guarantee. That's just how it plays out. I know you sell the tickets, but Messi's not going to play in every game on the schedule, particularly on the road. I hope he plays. Considering they've moved it to NRG, but it's not. I would just say, don't get upset because what's going to happen. I don't know if the Dynamo will have to send out the press release, but if he doesn't play, they're going to have to apologize. That happened before. I think Charlotte's a club did that where they had to apologize for Messi not being available. because they moved it to, well, I think they play their games where the Panthers play, but a lot of people are going to want to come out and see our GOAT, Sean. Not Lazy J's GOAT, but our GOAT. The show's GOAT, at least, for this particular discussion.
My GOAT's Yamal.
Lamine Yamal already?
Yeah.
He's not even 17.
What more does he need to do?
Maybe win Euro. Maybe we'll start with that. I know he's the youngest goal scorer in the tournament's history, but maybe win the tournament. Even Ronaldo did that.
Seems like you're asking a lot. Seems unfair. I don't know.
If we're going to put him in that conversation, maybe win a major tournament. It's a good start, certainly. If he can do that, as Spain is in the final, they wait the winner of the Netherlands and the Dutch. The Netherlands, who are the Dutch, and England. I saw someone tweet out that the semifinal was the Fantastic Four colonizers. You have England, the Netherlands, France, and Spain. History would tell you.
It's pretty good.
They got the job done.
Pretty good. Well,
if the job was colonizing, they got the job done.
Good.
I'm not saying it was a great job to have.
It felt a little too complimentary.
I mean, sure, but I cleaned it up. Sure. So England is one step away from making another final, and yet people will crush their manager, despite all he does is win. That he just doesn't do it attractively enough. But I mentioned NRG and Messi. That's how I got to soccer again, getting off the path. So it is damaged. It was damaged during Hurricane Ike as well. So the roof is taking a couple hits. We'll see how long it takes to fix and whether it will affect the crowd that wants to see Messi when he comes to town. A player who will be playing games there, and he will be available as long as he's not injured. No question about it, Jerry Hughes. And he's back. The Texans signed him to a one-year deal to strengthen what is a really strong defensive end rotation. That happened since the last time we spoke. So Jerry Hughes is back. You can slot him behind Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Danico Autry when they moved Danico Autry outside. But, hey, that's a lot of depth. Those are 4 accomplished pass rushers. I'll put Will Anderson under that umbrella as well because he was good last year, and he'll only get better. So if we're talking about strengths and weaknesses, that was a conversation earlier today with John Lance. There was an article about the Texans' weakness being running back. And we talked about this on this show, that Joe Mixon is more name than, I guess, game. If you look at his explosive numbers and even the Bengals, and you can't always trust fans, but Bengals fans were like, okay, we love Joe. He's been part of a couple good teams here, but he ain't what he was. So I think it was Toro Times who did it. One of the many fan sites for the Texans discussed that is a weakness. Defensive end, not so. I mean, it may be the thing that makes up for being a little soft in the middle when it comes to your defensive tackles, but that pass rush should be fierce, should help the secondary. And if you listen to this show, we've talked about that secondary being a problem as well. But running back, I was surprised a little bit that they positioned running back as one thing that could use a veteran free agent. And the veteran free agent they named was Leonard Fournette. I don't think he fits the outside run scheme. Part of the reason that people are questioning Dameon Pierce because he took a back seat last year because of his inability to transition to the scheme. Now, D'Amico Ryans has been very, very, very complimentary of Dameon Pierce this offseason. He thinks he and Joe Mixon can be a pretty good 1-2 punch. We'll see. But running back, I wouldn't call it a concern, but I think they're just average at the position. I think guard and running back are places where if you're looking at on offense, if you have any questions about what this offense can be, you would go more guard as far as concern. But running back, they're okay there. They're not great. They're not great.
It also feels like if they figure out guard, the answer at running back gets easier because you're just asking them to run behind holes and run behind a better line.
I would agree. It makes the job easier. Maybe we don't have a lot of guys on the roster, although Dameon Pierce did it his first year, who's going to turn a 4-yard gain into an 8-yard gain because he's breaking tackles. But maybe we don't have guys who can – maybe that is what they top out 4 to 8 as opposed to 4 to 20 because they're not as explosive as we'd want them to be. But certainly strengthening the center of the line would help quite a bit. And it'll be figured out in training camp. There are still guards on the market that could be grabbed, and those guys will wait until either injuries happen or a team realizes they're not as strong in the middle as they think. So if the Texans need an upgrade, there will be upgrades to be had, at least at this point, with training camp approaching. We're wrapping up hour 1 of the show, and this particular person is big right now because there's going to be water damage to some homes, and the weather can hit you with your roof. The weather can do stuff to your yard, but also the plumbing. If you've suffered damage to your home and it's more extensive than others, plumbing can be a big issue, and that's why you should go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And that person I mentioned is Billy Brown. Billy Brown is local, so he understands the plight of people who are dealing with storm damage. So he's going to understand. He's going to know. He's going to know what you need, and he's the one you call. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is, as I mentioned, a local company headed by a local owner who will service the local customer. They have local contractors, which means not only are they experts, but they're people in your community as well. If you want to call them, it's 281-488-6238. Whether it's something as small as a leak or something as big as a repipe, that dirty, nasty water, you may be dealing with it, unfortunately, that's coming to your home. But that dirty, nasty water can come from your pipes as well, and it ruins the home, whether it gets into your walls or it ruins how you take showers or, the water you use to cook. All those things can play a part, and certainly a storm can exacerbate it. So go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Welcome to hour 2 of the show, and I'm getting word that someone's dropped by Luling City Barbecue in Richmond. I told you guys in the first hour they're giving away all their food today because they don't have a refrigerator that's working, like a lot of you, unfortunately, without power. So all the food is free. You can go now. I've heard from John that someone's already stopped by. So if you are looking for something to eat today, you don't want to wait in a line at a Burger King or Taco Bell. We've all seen those lines as we're driving by. I'm not knocking the product, just, hey, those lines are long and maybe you're hungry. You got people to feed. Go to Luling City Barbecue if you can on Richmond. They're giving away food. They're giving away food today. They need to give it away. They're helping out the community. Go out there and take, I won't say take advantage, but just go out there and have a good meal. They are there to help. They're doing something great for the community. And if you're in need, go out there and have a good meal. So that's still ongoing for you if you can make it out there. If you need something to eat, Luling City will help you out on Richmond. So we start hour 2, and we started with one Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy is the head coach of the Oklahoma State Cowboys. He's one of those guys who's kind of he's very comfortable. There's nothing you can really say to Mike Gundy at this point, considering his status there. Got a big contract. There's nothing you can say that's going to really upset what he's got going on there. he's going to have to deal with the things that a coach has to deal with, whether it be an unhappy person that wants to go to the portal and an NIL deal that didn't come through that a player is going to complain about, or in this case, an off-season incident. Ollie Gordon, their star back, last week we talked about this, got hit with the DUI. I think they tested him twice, and he failed both times over the legal limit. I think in the story we read, the alleged issue was he had 3 or 4 beers. Does a 220-pound running back, does he go over the legal limit with just a couple beers? I'm not a drinker. That's up for the drinkers to decide. But Mike Gundy at Big 12 Media Days was asked about his star back, and this is one of the quotes that set the internet on fire yesterday.
So I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Like in Oklahoma is .08, and Ollie was .1. So I looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. And I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision that he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, I said, you're lucky you got out light because you make a lot of money to play football.
And that upset a lot of people. I'm not upset because I imagine a college football coach in Mike Gundy's position just like an 80-year-old man or an 80-year-old woman, whatever. They say whatever they want. Like, what are you going to do to me? There's nothing I'm untouchable. I'll say whatever I want. We can talk about how glib he was. He was very flippant in another quote or another soundbite where he talks about the punishment for Ollie Gordon was, I'll just run him 50 times. We're going to handle this internally. He's going to play. And Mike Bundy, he might as well be Al Bundy. Mike Gundy said the quiet part out loud. Ollie Gordon playing is best for Oklahoma State football. He said that in one of his quotes. It's best for Oklahoma State football if he plays. That's the quiet part out loud, where I'm going to play him because it's better for me if he plays. And maybe Mike Gundy's pretty much saying, if it was only 3 to 4 beers, whatever, whatevs. It's just a couple beers, man. He just happened to get pulled over. Big deal anyway, as Gilbert would say.
Yeah. That you could tell that there's an answer in there that Mike Gundy thought it was a classic case of like, I think I'm saying something, and everyone's like, nope, you're not. You're not
at all.
You're not saying the right thing.
Even if you think you're saying it, we're taking it a far different way.
Yeah, it's a classic. Or I think I understand what he was trying to justify. Probably can't do it in front of a microphone.
No.
At Big 12 Media Days. Basically being like, it was drunk driving, but just barely. Who doesn't?
Yeah. I mean, everyone has been in that situation. And you know what? If we were going to remove the outrage, hey, you're a leader of men, you're not supposed to say things like that, Mike Gundy's probably right. I'm sure there are plenty of people who've had 3 or 4 beers and have decided, you know what, I feel fine. I'm going to get in my car. I can't speak to it per se because I don't drink, so I've never been in a position to make that decision. But he's likely not wrong. So there are a lot of people who are saying, if they've heard this quote, saying, you know what, I've done that too. But in his position, considering how dangerous it can be and what happens when you're not lucky, it's not the right thing to say.
No.
But I'm not surprised Mike Gundy said it. If I was making a list of guys who would say it or not say it in college football, he'd be at the top of the list of guys who would say it. I'm not surprised. Just blind, you just read the quote, and I don't know who's saying it. You just read the quote. Mike Gundy would be at the top of my list of guys. Mike Gundy probably said something like that. He probably said something like that.
I don't even know who would be number two on that list. Like, yeah, no,
that fits. It fits the hair. It fits his attitude about other things. Really just his general approach to all things.
Yeah, and you also have to be a pretty unfireable coach, which he is.
Nothing Mike Gundy has said will make any ripples in Stillwater, because even if they cared enough, and at points Mike Gundy's been on a bit of a hot seat, but at this point he's kind of untouchable.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
he's speaking like a man who is.
he made the Big 12 title game last year. Like there's nothing there's nothing they're gonna do. Like
Is
even,
Oklahoma State gonna get a better coach than Mike Gundy?
Yeah, even at Oklahoma State, like I'm sure their radio shows are just like they have to bring it up. I'm sure the people that are hosting have to be like, now this is bad, guys. And then I guarantee you all the callers are like, yeah, I'm with Coach Gundy. Who cares? Like, I can guarantee you that's how it's going over in Stillwater.
And it's not as look, South Dakota State's not a bad football program. That's the team they're facing in week 1.
Can't suspend them.
But
can't.
But it's better if you have them.
Yeah.
It is better if you have them.
Oh, we're going to be better off suspending them for one game?
Yeah. Is he going to learn his lesson? Being suspended against South Dakota State?
Yeah.
What if we lose?
Then what?
Yeah. How would you feel? How would he feel if we lost? How bad would he feel? I don't want to make him feel bad. And you know who would feel even worse? Me. So he's playing. He's gonna play.
And he's gonna get the ball 50 times
as punishment. We're gonna run him 50 times a game as punishment.
Not because he's the best player on our team.
No. That it wouldn't help us more to lean on him than whatever nondescript quarterback is playing this year for us. I need him to run to be punished. If he goes for 250. So be it.
Oh, then too bad.
Yeah, that's just the consequences of his actions.
250 and 3 touchdowns. That'll teach him.
I mean, unintended consequences, right? So Mike Gundy being very, if we're being honest, it's what most coaches would do.
Yeah.
If they weren't fearful of repercussions, just play him.
Yeah, he's not even being hypocritical.
Yeah.
He's just being honest.
He's being exactly what a lot of coaches would do if they weren't fearful of things coming their way that they didn't want to handle. So Mike Gundy has let you know Ollie Gordon his punishment will be handled internally. We won't hear about it. We just know that Ollie Gordon will suffer some consequences for his misdeeds. And let's be honest, as much as we're joking about it, it was something that could have led to something awful. Thankfully, it didn't. Look, we've seen in the offseason, not even necessarily drunk driving, just what happens when guys in cars decide the laws of the land don't matter that much. Georgia, which is still a problem for them. But hey, the business of college football says if nothing bad happens, he gets to play. So Ollie Gordon will be available. If you're trying to put money down, I don't have a MyBookie spot here, but if you're thinking about putting money down on the Oklahoma State Cowboys in week 1, or maybe you thought South Dakota State could give him a challenge, maybe rethink it because their star back will be available. But maybe he'll be so tired in the second half that you take South Dakota State second half.
Yeah. First half, Oklahoma State.
Yes.
Second half, that's when the Jackrabbits come alive.
Because Ollie Gordon's nearly dying because he's run the ball 40 times.
If only there was a story about someone who gets out to a big lead and then gets too tired. Tortoise in the hare. Jackrabbits. There's something there.
So they would.
I landed that plane. Don't worry. No, don't interrogate
but
it.
Aren't they wouldn't it go poorly for them because they're the
second half under?
Oh,
because both teams are too tired.
They're both exhausted for getting out to
such
a fast
over.
start. First half over, second half under.
Second half under.
There it is. No MyBookie, but just understand. That's how you bet that game. If you're in tar, this shows ridiculous logic. And really, Mike Gundy's apparently punish him by running him 40 times. Okay. Doesn't hurt you at all, does it? So we will get away from the ridiculousness of Mike Gundy and get into some ridiculousness concerning Texas football. You're asking, what's so ridiculous about Texas? They're a title contender, new into the SEC. Well, one of their players has made a decision and really goes back on a decision he made earlier. And you know what? I can't fault him because if he milked money out of a certain company, I applaud him. So we'll talk about that. In fact, we'll hear from the player in question when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, here we go. Let's go Gun Far, Sigmund Right Nasty, Z Riz, F Whirly Bird, Alert Scarecrow. All right, use a little cadence here. All right, you ready?
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the best way to focus on football, all right? So get your eyes on the safety. Be vocal out there.
Yes, Coach. I mean, Uncle E.
It's better.
Green 18. Green 18. Omaha? Set.
All right, there he is. There he is. Now! Boom! Touchdown! Now that's why you're in the game.
EA Sports. I'm in the game.
That. Woo! Sorry, I stepped over the hook'em things. Apologies to all who've been offended. That is Eli Manning talking to his uncle. No, that's Arch, talking to his uncle Eli. Arch Manning is in the new EA college football game. Arch Manning, not through his own voice, but through people who knew him, apparently let it be known that he would not be in the game. I don't fault him if he was able to milk whatever he could out of EA, because there are some players like Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter and others like Donovan Edwards who have different deals than the regular player who's getting $600 in a free game. Maybe Arch used the leverage of being a Manning to make more money to be in the game, and he held out. He's the only one. Like Donovan Edwards has been a featured part of the Michigan running back's been a featured part of this promotional tour. A video came out earlier this week of him playing the game against a YouTuber, and EA used that to promote the game. So Donovan Edwards is one of their big athletes that they're using.
Haven't seen the YouTuber too.
Yeah, that YouTuber stunk. At least when he's playing Donovan Edwards. I haven't seen Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter, who I believe have brand deals with EA. I haven't seen them doing any promotion as far as EA putting them in things that would go to a wide audience. Arch is the only one I think to have an actual commercial, and of course you have Eli in it and the Manning name. That's going to help your cause. I wonder how much he got, and did it go over what the guys on the cover got, like Quinn Ewers? Do you think he made more money than a starting quarterback on the same team?
Well, On3, I think, reported that he got $60K for the commercial,
which would be more than Quinn Ewers is getting, right?
To be on the cover?
He's not in a commercial yet, is he?
I don't know.
They didn't put him in a commercial.
I don't think he's in a commercial.
I would think the commercial trumps the cover as far as money-making opportunities, because he's not even on the cover by himself. He's on the cover with a couple other players, and then that are real players, and then they have like models with jerseys of a lot of other famous college players on the cover. I think the commercial with your uncle Eli is going to get you paid more than just being on the cover of the game.
Do you think Eli got paid more than Quinn Ewers?
Yes.
Do you think Eli
got paid more than Quinn and Donovan and Travis Hunter got combined to get Eli there? The Manning.
Do you think they asked Peyton and then they had to like settle for Eli?
It's really possible. Look,
just like
Eli
money wise.
They probably look, if we're paying two Mannings, it's going to cost more to get Peyton. So let's split up what we'd have to give Peyton between Eli and Quinn and Arch. We'll do that.
Yeah,
we'll get more bang for our buck.
Yeah, no, I it's possible, but there might be commercials for this game.
Yeah, we're less than a week away from the from early release,
and I haven't been able to watch TV since
that's true.
Monday morning.
People have been limited. Certainly, that commercial. I sent you that when it came up, when I actually had access to a Wi-Fi or cell service.
I was also sitting in a car charging my phone.
Yeah, that's what I did for a couple hours. I did that on Monday and yesterday. I did that a couple times, just driving around, just to find cell service and charge your phone. So I gotta believe it's all gonna work out financially for Arch Manning. I just don't know why EA would care enough to give him that much. I mean, no one's playing the game for Arch. It's fun that he's in the game. It's cool. Yeah, I know you're going to change the depth chart immediately. I get it.
First game.
Yeah, understood. Even in a play now mode, you're going to get Quinn out of there. Understood. Doesn't matter who you're playing. I understand. You want to play with Arch in the video game.
Thank you.
Just want to clean that up for you. I just want to clean it up. But why would EA want to give him $60K? I mean, No one's playing. No one's going to not play the game because Arch isn't in it.
It's probably for the commercial. It's probably mostly just to have a commercial because it is gonna go, or it did go, probably super viral. Like there's probably millions of people.
Well, that was the official announcement. Yeah, so I understand that, and plus, you've already,
it works. It's an effective ad. It is a more effective ad than anything that you can get.
True, because
Donovan Edwards doing.
Yeah, we already know he's in the game. Now that YouTube video has, I think, millions of views, so it's a big deal. But I know what you're saying. Arch put it on his Instagram, and now it's everywhere, certainly. And you already have secured Travis Hunter. Shedeur Sanders has agreed to a deal. So Arch being the holdout certainly makes it pop, the fact that he's in the game. I just even if I did get him in the game, I'm not giving you $60K. The commercial don't mean that much to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100 times what 99.99% of players got.
Yeah, probably every player on his roster outside of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah,
I can't think of another Texas player who's a particularly EA branded athlete who they're going to use to promote the game besides Quinn Ewers. So that was some news that came out and everyone was reacting. Yeah, Arch is in the game. Man ain't thrown more than 10 passes. How many passes did Arch throw last year?
I think like 5.
And he's not expected to start, but that Manning name, man,
I don't know what means a lot. What do you think his rating is?
Well, the ratings have come out. Quinn Ewers, I think I told you, was he a 93 or something? The highest rated quarterback is Shedeur Sanders. The highest rated receiver is Travis Hunter. If they had an athlete designation, considering what he does on both sides of the ball, I would understand at 96. But he's not a better receiver than Luther Burden from Mizzou. He's not a better receiver than Ibuka. He may be more talented overall as far as all the attributes, and that's kind of how they decide your rating. But maybe route running or catching or whatever, maybe that should have been lifted up a little bit for those other guys to outweigh his 96, considering how athletic he is. But I think Quinn's yours is like a 93. Arch, I don't know that yet. I think the full roster stuff either comes out today or tomorrow, so we'll find that out. But just the business of sports. You tell them you're not going to be in it. They think it's a big deal for you to be in it, and then at least the reported fee to get Arch Manning was $60K. It's a good deal if you can make it. Man, what can I hold out for to get a couple extra bucks? Nothing. Nothing.
You probably could have held out this morning and gotten Granado or Lance to slide you like a 20
to show up this morning.
Yeah, or you just sit in your car like it's a hold in. You're just sitting in your car, but you're not.
Like I'm at training camp.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to participate in any drills until I get my money.
I'm not touching this computer until I get $20.
I'm not manually loading the commercials until I get my lunch money.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, that'd be
but it
a
had
tough
to be
sell.
like specifically you probably could hold out
because
most
I'm
days.
the morning host. I'm the morning producer.
Yeah, you have to get things started.
Yeah. Well, negotiations are about to begin with Joe. What's it going to take, Joe? What do you think it's going to take to get me into this building? At
6:30 every morning.
After suffering through the what everyone else has suffered through, certainly the hurricane. What's it going to take, or tropical storm / hurricane? What's it going to take to get me in? I don't need a lot, but I need a little something.
A little something.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A's down the street if they're open. Spring for
if they're open, yes.
Spring for 5 days of lunches at Chick-fil-A.
Because you know what I want to do is wait.
I'm not
45 minutes in a Chick-fil-A line afterwards.
Oh, you mentioned that again. I've already talked about it. That is another reason why you should go to Luling City Barbecue. It's on Richmond. If you're looking for free food, they're giving it away today. They are suffering from barrel as well. Don't have a refrigerator, so they're going to cook up that food and give it to you for free. And if you don't want to wait in a long line, they're the place you go. I understand. A hot meal is a big deal. And I've seen you guys, maybe not you guys specifically, but I've seen enough lines to suggest that at least one listener was in one of those lines, whether it be Taco Bell or Burger King or Raising Cane's. Those lines have been long. They've been out into the street because people just want something normal and something hot. Luling will provide that for you. Luling City will provide that for you for free. So go out there while the getting's good. At some point, they're going to run out, but they have to get this food out because they can't keep it. So head out there if you can, if you're looking for something free and hot to eat and good. That actually adds to it as well. We got a couple more segments to go here. hey, the lineup is back, which means Gallant and George are back. I've seen Joe. I've seen Joe walk around here. He's helped get this station back and running along with Sean and our engineer AD. So I want to thank those guys for doing all that work behind the scenes to get us back as quickly as they could, because power has been an issue to the building, and certainly some of the